Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama Rama Hare Hare.
Thank you. Shri Nam Kirtana and start with Yashomati Nandana.
Page 58.
Page 58. Yashomati Nandana Rajaparana Gokula Ranjana Gana.
Yashomati Nandana Rajaparana
जय भक्तिवेदांत गोस्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय मुक्तिवेदा प्रविष्टपाल परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर श्री श्रीमद भक्त सिद्धांत सरस्वती महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद की आनंद गौरी वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम सो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गौरगोविंद श्याम राधा मंडगिरी गोवर्धन की वृंदावन धाम की रायपुर धाम की मधुरपुरी धाम की जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की द्वारकापुरी धाम की गंगामाई की यमुनामाई की तुलसी देवी की भक्ति देवी की श्यामगिरी भक्त वृंद की गौ ब्रह्मांड all glories to Samudra Body, all glories to Samudra Body, all glories to Samudra Body, all glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga, all glories to Shri Prabhupada. Namah Shivaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhudale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Dinamini Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravaya Prajapati Visheshanyavadi Pashati Deshadhani. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Samsara Sagare Nagnam Vinamam Karunanidhe Sarvatrahatakidangam Mam Bhagavanavas Srimad Bhagavatam Pratyakshashrashamevati Svikrutosi Mayanatha Mukyadam Navasagare Manolate Maniyoyam Sada Savadadvayam Nirvignene Vadaktavayam Dasoham Tavakeshava Bhave Bhave Yada Bhakti Adayo Savajayate Tadha Purushyate Vesham Mahasanoyera Prabho Sanirtanam Yasyam Sarvapava Pranashanam Pranamo Mukashanam Stamnamami Harim Param Janmadhyasya Gonmayamidaradas Chakesha Vinyaswaram Tene Brahmahridaya Adikave Muyandiyasudaya Tejovayunam Vihadimayo Yatratrishalo Prasham Dhanasvena Sadhamirasarvakam Satyam Param Dhimahi Dharmaprojitaritavotavaramo Nirmatsaranam Sadam Vedam Bhaskavamantravastu Shivadam Ravatrayo Bhujanam Srimad Bhagavate Mahamunikrute Kimva Parishvara Sabhyo Pradyavarudhyare Praguruhi Sushurshubhi Takshanam Nigamadalpatarogaridam Bharam Sugam Bhavamudantra Samyudam Pibada Bhagavatam Rasamadayam Bhuravo Rasiga Bhuryalukaha Satchidananda Rupaya Vishwolpatyadi Hedave Tadatraya Vinashaya Shri Krishnaya Vayam Namah Yim Prabhajandam Anuveta Veda Krityam Vaivanyano Virahakadaramajjuhava Putrejam Maidayattaravo Bhinedu Tam Sarvabhudahridayam Vimanadosmi Yasvaibhavam Akhilashvisarakekam Adhyatmadivamadivirshadam Namondam Samsarinam Karmayaha Purana Guhyam Tam Vyasasodamupayami Guyam Muhinam Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narotamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudiraye Kamaniyam Shoramuntamukte Kalave Rupanidadrakanarindoho Mamavaji Jambadamurale Madhurina Kanika Vikabhigami Namo Vishwampadaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Dinamini नमस्ते सरस्वती देवी गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेषशून्यवादी पश्चात्यादेशधारिणे श्रीमद्गुरुचरणारविन्दाभ्यां नमः वन्दे नन्दव्रतस्त्रीणाम् आदरेण अभीष्टशः व्यासां हरिकथोऽखिलं पुरादि भुवनत्रयं गोपीचरणारविन्दकर्णामवे नमः पीताम्बरं करविराजितचक्रशङ्खं कौमोदगी सरसिजं करुणासमुद्रं राधासहायमतिसुन्दरमन्दहासं वारालयेशमनिशं हृदि भावयामि कोमलं पूजयन् वेदं श्यामलोऽयं कुमारका वेदवेद्यवरं ब्रह्म वासदां गुरवो मम मूकं करोति वाचालं अमलं लङ्घयते यत्कृपामहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवं श्रीकृष्णाय नमः श्रीमद्राधिकायै नमः सर्वत्र गोविन्दनाम संकीर्तनं गोविन्द गोविन्द। So, yesterday we saw where the gopis are inquiring after Krishna with Radharani as their leader. Radharani mentions there, Ha Madha Ramana Prashta Kwasi Kwasi Mahavuja Dasyaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannihim. That's how Radharani spoke to Krishna. Krishna is standing there listening to everything, but gopis were not able to see that Krishna was there. At one point Krishna thought whether to come back, but then Krishna wanted to know from the gopis directly how they felt that separation, and that is the next chapter, which is the Gopika Gita, that 31, chapter 31. So, here in the case of a devotee who is executing sadhana in spiritual life also, he will go through various stages in his life, when initially begins with a lot of enthusiasm. He comes to spiritual life, and gives up all connections with the material world, tries to break the connection with the material world. And when they comes to the spiritual field, they realize that they're not going to go further from there. A darkness that comes in at that point. And many instances they leave and they go away from spiritual life at that time. That also happens. So normally when they get to hear about Krishna consciousness from Satsangam in Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, or with the association of some great souls, this will always happen. But then they will think that the initial start, what they had, will continue in the same way. But it doesn't. It doesn't. That's where the difficulty comes. So they have given up everything, all connections with this world, and they haven't felt that happiness in the spiritual life, what they were expecting. You can see that in Gopi's case also, you'll notice there that they're saying, if you look into the 29th chapter verse, they mentions there that Gopya Uchu, verse 31, Maibham Vibho Hadi Bhavan Gadidam Nrishamsam Sandindya Sarva Vishayam Stavapada Bhakta Vajasva Viravagrahama Tejasman Devo yathadi purusho bhajate mumukshun. Sandhya sarva vishayam stava padamulam. Gopis are saying. Sandhya sarva vishayam means after giving up all kinds of happiness in this world. That's what it is. Sarva vishayam means whatever little happiness is there in this world, they have given that up. And they are saying here, we have come here and we understand now it's not that easy to get Krishna. Krishna is such a person, he comes and goes. Sometimes he appears, sometimes he disappears. In other words, what will happen is that when it is in the indirect way that the gopis are inquiring after Krishna, sometimes false ego comes up and takes away from Krishna. And when then there is again very strong upasana comes or sadhana comes there, and then inquiry begins further. So this change, alternating experience in life is common in all devotees' life. It's not always straightforward. It's always continuously changing back and forth. So that is what mentions here, that Kaman Manaska Mal Prana. So what did the gopis do at that time? All of them together eventually decided it is no point in inquiring after Krishna. They come to that conclusion. Because Krishna is someone whom you cannot get like that by your effort. By your effort you can't get it. It is by Krishna's mercy you get it. And all devotees, jnanis, yogis, they all agree with that on one point. That nobody till now has said in this world that by my effort I got Krishna. Nobody, not one person has said, by my effort I have got Krishna. They all put a lot of effort into it, and at the end they realized that it is not possible to get Krishna by effort. This is what happens. And when that happens, at that point in time, that if Krishna is kind enough to reveal himself to the devotee, he reveals to him. That is the way it happens. That's why you will see there, exactly like the devotees do, they did the same thing. Taman manaska tadalava, verse 44. Tadvejeshta tadalpiyaha tadgunani vagayandyo al-agarani sasmaru. That's what final decision they have taken. They talked to each other and they decided it is no point in chasing Krishna. You're not going to get it. So what they thought was, at the same time, they couldn't go back to their own family back again to stop because inside somebody is telling not to stop the inquiry. So they were caught up in that situation. So what did they do? They decided that we'll sit together and we will sing about him. That they are saying here, they have surrendered everything to Krishna. Even surrendering has been done. Nobody else has surrendered like the way gopis have surrendered, isn't it? It's not a easy thing. We see ourselves how far struggle it is for us to surrender anything to Krishna. Gopis have given up their home, family, everything, and they have come. And now they are saying, that they have handed over their mind to Krishna. In other words, there was no other thoughts coming to the mind. They were not thinking about home, family or anything like that anymore. They have given up, they have closed that chapter. And and they were singing, crying actually for Krishna to come back. And because they were attached to Krishna, they thought that the easiest way to remember about Krishna is to remember what all he has done in his days in Vrindavan. So they started thinking about that and they all started acting in that way, like the way Krishna used to act when he was there. In a very, very primary level, they were doing things like this. Gopis were not great philosophers, you have to remember that. Gopis were not great jnanis or yogis, or even as far as bhakti is concerned, their understanding was so limited to about Krishna. The way Krishna is presented to them, that's all what they knew about Krishna. So, taman manaska tadalava tadvijeshta tadalpiyaha. So at the same time, they realized that Krishna is the Supreme Personality, is present in everyone. That realization started coming to them. From inside, Krishna covers from outside, and from inside, Krishna gives the realization to the devotee. So, and they have become one with Krishna in that way. That is what Tadalpiya means. Tadalpiya means they started acting like the way Krishna used to act, and in that way they felt a relationship with Krishna, a oneness with Krishna. Tadgunaneva gayendyo alpagarani sasmaru. And they glorified Krishna, and in that way, alpagarani sasmaru, they have forgotten everything about their family, home, and other friends, relations, everything was completely forgotten. So this situation, what is mentioned there, that Hari is known, they're forgotten completely about everyone at the same time. And even though they have given up everything, all surrendered everything, still for the sake of Krishna they have given up everything. And so therefore they decided to stay there and to sing, have Sankirtan at that time. So it is at the stage in life a devotee has to be careful. At least if he can't go further, he should be able to stay in that state, not to fall back again. In the Bhagavad Gita there are 3 places Krishna mentions this. If you look in the Bhagavad Gita you will see in 3 different places where Krishna says that you should get fixed up upon me and you should stay there and not give up and go away, fall from there. Mayeva mana adhatsva mai buddhim niveshaya nivasishyasi mayeva ada urdham na samshaya. Krishna is giving the guarantee there, even if you come to that stage, that's in the 12th chapter, I think. Mayeva mana adhatsva mai buddhim mayeva mana adhatsva mai buddhim niveshaya nivasishyasi mayeva ada urdham na samshaya. 12:8, isn't it? Yeah. Mayeva mana adhatsva mai buddhim niveshaya nivasishyasi mayeva ada urdham na samshaya. That's right. 12th chapter, verse 8. So, what is Krishna saying there? Mayeva mana adhatsva. Get absorbed in me. Mayeva mana adhatsva mai buddhim niveshaya. And don't allow the intelligence or anything to go away. Stay in Krishna. And nivasishyasi mayeva. Live in me. And that's what the gopis did. They lived in Krishna. Ada urdhvam na samshaya. Krishna is saying, if that stage comes, you will only go up from there. There is no chances of going down from that. So, a person who is executing sadhana in spiritual life also should keep these things in mind. At some point, there will be some problems. You will not go further. You will feel that, oh, so many years I have been in spiritual life, nothing is happening. But things will happen at Krishna's desire. When Krishna decides, it will happen. Till then, we have no choice except to wait. And also, in the same way, Krishna mentions in the 11th chapter, at the last verse, Mal karma kadamal paramo, mal bhakta sangavarjidaha, nurvaira sarvabhuteshu, yasana vedi pandava. The last verse, the 11th chapter, 55 or something like that. Yeah. Mal karma kadamal paramo, mal bhakta sangavarjidaha, nurvaira sarvabhuteshu, yasana vedi pandava. Krishna is saying that be absorbed in me, malkarma, always doing things for me, malkara, completely surrendered to me, malbhakta, become my devotee, sangavarjidaha, keep all other association away, nurvairaha, no enmity towards any other living entity in this world, sarvabhuteshu, yasamamedi pandava, he'll come back to me, Krishna is saying. And again you will see the 5th chapter, verse 17, that Tadbuddhayaha tadalpanam tannishta talparayana gachan devaravartim jnanamadhuta kalmasha. There is a verse there. Tadbuddhaya tadalpanam tadbhakta parayana gachan devaravartim jnanamadhuta kalmasha. Krishna says there, isn't it? So, in all these places, all these things Krishna is saying there in the Bhagavad Gita, that a person who has come to spiritual life, who surrenders everything to Krishna, one after the other. He surrenders his intelligence to Krishna, surrenders his mind to Krishna, surrenders his body to Krishna, surrenders his senses to Krishna, and that is what is expected at that stage in spiritual life. that when we progress on the spiritual path, there will be constantly interruptions. Quite often there will be obstacles coming one after the other, in one way or the other. But we have to know that those things are come and go, they are not permanent. Once has come to spiritual life, it is Krishna's responsibility after that to take us back. That is what Bhagavatam is saying to us. That gopis are also going through the same hardship, same problems, what every devotee has felt in this world. They had no knowledge of the Shastra, they were not performed any yajna or sacrifices, they have not even performed many penances. If you look at Gopis' life, only penances that are mentioned in the Bhagavatam is Katyayani Vratam. They have done for 41 days or something. When they were young girls, they have done that. Apart from that, you don't see much referred to Gopis' penances mentioned in the Bhagavatam. So, neither austerities and penances, nor knowledge of the Shastra, nor they were not high philosophers or anything, neither they had any other knowledge of Krishna, except that few years of association with Krishna. That's all what they had. Keeping that in mind, we can see that gopis have come a long way because they were able to surrender everything to Krishna. That was their success. So complete surrender, and mind is always absorbed in Krishna, always remembering Krishna in that way. As soon as the leaf has fallen from the tree or a plant has moved, immediately they started looking, is Krishna is coming there. So keep on talking about it. All these devotees also, in the beginning, it is same way they engage, talking about Krishna. And whenever they found a little time, they spoke about Krishna mutually. And not in an artificial way, but in a natural way, very spontaneously, they spoke about Krishna. You can see this in the great devotees. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's case, if you look, you will see there. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the early days, he was into Tarka Shastra. Tarka means the logic. There is a branch in the Vedic knowledge which is known as Tarka Shastra. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Tarkiyan. Tarki means he was absorbed in the Tarka Shastra, teaching Tarka Shastra to others. And Tarka was one of the branches which he had. They were highly learned on that branch. That was his specialized field. But when he became more advanced in the sense, when he started revealing his identity as a devotee and became Krishna consciousness as the main activity, Tarka Shastra and everything has gone. There's no more Tarkam after that. It was only talking about Krishna. So this is what happens. Once the mind gets absorbed in Krishna's world, then all other things goes away from life. That's what we will see there in that tada taman manaska tada alava tadujesha tada almiyaha tadgunani vagayamyo almagarani sasmaru. Then punam agatya kalivya Krishna bhavanaha samaveda jago Krishnam tadagamana kamshiraha. What did the gopis do? They came to the Kalindi river bank, and in the sand they sat there all together thinking about Krishna and hoping that one day Krishna will come. They didn't go back home. Because Krishna slept, because of that they didn't go home. They stayed back. They said, if Krishna comes back, we will see him. On our own, we can't find him. That is the devotee situation. So surrendered one has to be in Krishna consciousness. We always ask the question, isn't it? We have done so many austerities, penances, so many years we have chanted. Why nothing is happening? Imagine Gopi situation. They have left everything. We have not left anything. We still holding on to everything what we have got here. And then we are saying why Krishna is not coming. Gopis are left everything and they are gone. Still they are saying why Krishna has gone. So that is surrender. The difference between the proper surrender and our life in this world. So, so there you will see there that bhavana, what mentions there. Punam pudanama agatya kalivya Krishna bhavana samaveda jagu Krishnam tada agamanam shidaha. They were imagining within themselves that Krishna will come one day and take us out from here. And he did. So So, bhavana is an important part of the Krishna consciousness. Naja bhavaida shantihi. Shanti means, shanti is experience of the soul. One who has no bhavana, he has no shanti. Bhavana is an important aspect of spiritual life. To be able to sit and think, imagining things like that, in that imaginary world to create within oneself. So they all got together and started chanting Krishna's holy names. So now when Krishna has appeared, Krishna tadagamana kamshidaha, they decided we will chant the holy name till Krishna comes back. That was the decision they have made. And that is why you will see the first verse, how they sing in the Gopiya Geetam. Jayadi Dedigam Janmanam Praja Shraydam Indira Shashwadatrahi Vaidadrishyadam Dikshudavaga Tuidada Savastvam Vijinvate Jayadi Dedigam Janmanam Praja. Remembering Krishna, they are saying here that gopis who are like sannyasis now, they are actual sannyasis. They have not changed their dress. They haven't taken danda or any kamandala or anything in their hand. But they are perfect sannyasis. Why? Completely broken the connections with the home, with family and home. So they have come like this and they are approaching Krishna. And remembering Krishna, they are saying here, first thing they are doing in their song, what Krishna has done to them in the past. What all they have got from Krishna in the past. Remembering that. That was the first thing that came in their mind. Jayati Dedigam Janmanam Prajam Shraydam Indira Shashwadatrahi. What all ways they have enjoyed Krishna in the before, and they are remembering all of those things. Bhakti is like that. First thing is to wipe the mind out from inside. Mind will pose various questions, but instead of listening to the mind, gopis straight away started talking about Krishna. What all they enjoyed in Krishna's association. That's what they think. That experience what they had with Krishna and remembering in that way and praying to Krishna to bring back that memories again and again. That is bhakti. That is bhakti. To whatever that brings memory of Krishna again and again in the heart, that for whatever that is necessary. Gopis found this way that immediately they started thinking about the life they had with Krishna when Krishna was with them. So you will see in the Gopiya Geetam, the first few verses refers to that. The time they had spent with Krishna, how Krishna had reciprocated his love for them when gopis had their time together with Krishna. That's why the first two or three verses are like that. Jayadikedikam janmana vrajaha gopya uchu Jayadikedikam janmana vraja Shraydam indira shashwadatrahi Daidadrishyadam dikshudavaga Svaidada savastvam vijinvate Sharatadashaye sadhujadasal Sarasijodara Srimurtadrisham Suradanathane Shulkadasiga Varadanignado Nehakim Vathaha Vishajalapyayal Vyarakshasal Varshamadudal Vaidyudanalal Vishavayalmaja Vishado Bhayam Vishavadevayam Rakshidamho. So, remembering their past association with Krishna, how Krishna has protected them in their life in the early days, and all that happy days they spent with Krishna, all that memories have come back to them, and remembering that they started their Sankirtan, they started their remembrances of Krishna. So Gopiya Geetam begins with that. They said Jayati. Jayati. Jayati means when will we win? In other words, Krishna is saying here, whenever Krishna appears in the heart, inside, then you can say it is Jayati, you have won. If Krishna appears in the heart of any devotee, then you can say you have won. That is that Jayati indicating. Jayati Detigam Janmana Vrajaham. So, in other words, when Krishna appears in a person's heart, then you can say his life is successful. His life is successful. Because if you say, a lot of people, they talk about success in life, isn't it? There are big people coming and talking about success in life. What in their calculations, they will talk about what do they mean by success. If you have quite a lot of wealth in this world, or some position, or if you are very good in sports or music and achieve some credible positions here. So, all those things are considered success in this world. All those things are considered success in this world. But in their eyes, they are not permanent. They are not success. Success is concerned because all those things will collapse one day. None of them will stay with us. What actually is success? Success is the success inside. What one succeeds inside. That in what is the success in business? If you look any activity in the world outside, you can never say anything can be successful outside. Even in Krishna's case, if you take, would you say Krishna's life was a success? If you look at Krishna's life, right from the day Krishna appeared in this world, from then onwards problems also started. He couldn't even stay with the mother, he had been taken to Gokulam, where he had to grow with the foster parents, isn't it? Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Devi. And then, as days gone further, you could see all his brothers, the 6 of them, they were killed in front of him, in front of his father and mother. All 6 of them were killed by Kamsa, isn't it? So overall, if you look, you will see then he had to go away to Mathura, and then he had to kill his uncle, Kamsa, another one. After that, he had to fight with Jarasandha, who had come to invade Mathura. Then they had to run away from Mathura all the way to Dwaraka, and then start the new kingdom there from Dwaraka. And during that period, 17 times or so, Jarasandha attacked the palace, and Krishna had to fight with all the times. And finally, once Jarasandha won, Krishna ran away from the mountain along with Balaram. They jumped over and then escaped from there. If you look through this, how much problems Krishna had here while he was here. So many kings, particularly Shishubala, Jarasandha, Dandavatra, and many others who were always joining together, and they were not very happy that Krishna was marrying all the young princess girls from the royal families. They were always looking down upon Krishna, thinking that he is only a cowherd boy. He is not even from the Kshatriya family. That's how they saw him. And they were not very pleased with Krishna's way of living in this world, that he had married almost all the girls, and at one point they started talking to each other, if it goes on like this, what will all the other princes do? Where will they find their brides? And this way things are going in that direction. And finally, after all this big Mahabharata war to complete the life in this world. So big Mahabharata war, so many people have killed, and even if that was the end of it, no. After going back to Dwaraka, what happened? His own people, Krishna's own people, they all fought each other, beaten up each other and killed themselves. So would you say it is successful life? If this is success all about. So what it means is, Krishna is saying to us, whatever he has told in the Bhagavad Gita, you come to this world, this is what you can expect, nothing more than this. This is the great success what we are all talking about. That is Maya. Maya makes us think that there is a lot of success possible in this world. So, but then was it not a success? Yes, it was a success for Krishna. What was that success? Success was this. When all these things were happening, Krishna is smiling. Not only he was smiling, unaffected by everything, without getting involved in any karma. Karma had not touched Krishna at any point. Without any, completely in full freedom Krishna has shown to us how to live in this world. That is the success. That is the success of Krishna. And that is what you see in the Bhagavad Gita also, what Krishna is saying to us. Even though it is not a success that Krishna's success is not that in everywhere dealing with the problems, but the actual success of Krishna is that in spite of all these problems that has come to day after day, completely unaffected by all that and totally independent, Krishna handled everything, Krishna did everything in such a way with a smile, everything. Even after Mahabharata war, Krishna is smiling. After so many millions were killed in that war, and then Krishna is also still smiling. So that is the success. So in other words, it is only spiritual side you can have success. Material side there is no thing called success. It has no meaning. That is what the gopis are saying here. Jayati Tetigam Janmanam Praja Shraidam Indira Shashadatrahi Daita Drishyanam Dikshutavaga Svaita Dasavastvam Vichinnate. Gopis also started realizing Krishna is the personality totally transcendental to everything, completely unaffected by what goes on. Because always acting from the spiritual platform. That's what Krishna did. Always on the spiritual platform. Totally unaffected by anything, what goes on. So, that Shanti inside, the peace inside, while Krishna is operating in that way, that peace, peaceful state inside, that is what is called that Jayam, the success. That is Jayam. Jayati Tedigam Janmana Vraja. Krishna's Jayam, success is that. That not to judge the thing by the material results what happened here. Although Krishna has done so many things in this world and so many people questioned about Krishna's position, but in spite of all that, he was able to drive himself through all that and able to tell the people that Bhagavad Gita is the truth. Nothing else is the truth. So, when will that happen? That will happen when the false ego inside us goes away. Only then it can. That's why the person with the least false ego is Krishna. If you look into Vishnu Sahasranamam, they will mention there about Krishna as the person with the least false ego. So here, that when that individualized false ego, which is Jiva nature, that will go away when Krishna appears in the heart. In other words, when self-realization happens, when the soul takes control of the situation, then the false ego has to disappear. It has to disappear. That is that success gopis are talking about here. Jayati Tedigam Janmana Vraja. Shraidam, literal meaning is one thing. Shraidam Indira Shashvadatrahi. Daita Dushyadam Dikshutavaga Svai Dradasavastvam Vichinyate. So, when Krishna appears in the heart, then there is success. When self-realization happens in a person, then there is success. Otherwise, it's not success. That is the only success in this world. Everything else is a failure. If you want to know this, you should go to the Vedas personified prayers in the 87th chapter, Shruti Gita. You will see there the 14th verse. Jai Jaya Yidajahyaga Jangamam, that verse. If you look there, you will see in the 87th chapter, the personified Vedas are going and glorifying Krishna. How did they glorify? That is that important verse. It begins there. 87. 14, verse 14. Jai Jai Jakya Jam Achidado Shakrabhita Gunam Tamastomasi Yadalmana Samavarudda Samasta Bhagaha Agajagadoga Samakila Shakyavabho Dagate Kujita Jayalmana Charadonu Nigamaha. This particular chapter, verse is 87 in the 10th canto, is, you can say, the most difficult chapter in the Bhagavatam. For this reason, that personified Vedas, which means Upanishads, they are glorifying Krishna. Their personified forms, they are glorifying Krishna. Pure Upanishads knowledge is what is spoken there. Jai Jaya Jakhya Jam Ajidado Shakrabhi Dagunam. They are saying to Krishna that you are winning all the time. The spiritual side is always winning, material side is always losing. What is the material side? Maya. Maya is losing all the time. Jaya Jaya Jamajida Dosha Kriti Gunam. It says there that they have come here with the understanding that the relationship between Maya and the living entity. It mentions there that that Jaya Jaya Jinam. So Maya is inside, and that Maya, if you take it out from inside, then it is Jayam, success. That is the success. Once the Maya is taken out from inside, then that is the success. What is that Maya? Maya means the three modes of material nature that is present inside us, and which is present. Krishna says, Sattvam Rajas Tama iti gunam buddher na jalmana. It is not in the soul, but it is inside in the buddhi and mind. Manasa, buddhi. The subtle body, the modes of material nature is there. When they are present there, it is not possible to know Krishna, not possible to realize our pure identity as the soul. It is not possible. So that is why it mentions there that if you take away that Maya from inside, that is Jayam. So the success is when Krishna appears or self-realization happens, which is one and the same thing. In Jnani's language, it is self-realization. In devotee's language, Krishna appears in the heart. When appears, what will happen? Maya has to move away from there. So that is what is called success. That is what called success. So here it says, Jai Jaya Jidam, Jai 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 Jam Ajida Dosha Kriti Gunam. Dosha Kriti Gunam. What is that dosha? Dosha means the bad effect or the faults there. Dosha Krivita Gunam. Dosham is the problems due to the Gunam, the three modes of material nature. Sattvam, Rajasa, Tamasa. That is the three dosham. Three doshams, they are called three dosham. Trigunam, they are called Trigunam and they are also called three dosham. So when these three are present inside, when these three are inside, then that what does it do? What does that do, Maya do? What does Maya does is, what Prahlad told us, Alpatval Sarvabhudanam Siddhitval Iha Sarvada. He said that, isn't it? He says he is present inside everyone as the soul and he is available to everybody. But why we are not experiencing that? Because of the presence of this Maya inside. Maya inside. So what she does is, Maya does is that she covers the Sachidananda of the soul, or souls, that experience of the soul, not allowing us to know about the soul, and instead in the form of the mind, she dresses up in the form of the mind and stays inside and constantly creating ragadvesham inside. That's what she does. That's what Maya does. Maya gets in, she puts a cover in front of the soul and creates this thing called the mind, and that mind constantly creating ragam, dvesham, attachment and aversion, and takes away our inward looking power, takes away that power of inward looking, antardrashti. That is completely covered. Therefore, the name given to her is Dosha Krivita Guna. You will see that word used there. Jai 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 Jam Ajita Dosha Krivita Gunam. Dosha Krivita Gunam is that. Dosha Krivita Gunam. She does this. She comes in, gets inside, and creates this mind. My mind comes out, and from that mind, the three modes of material nature. From the mind, we get all the sankalpam, all ideas in our mind, and imaginations, various kinds of thoughts, and from there, ragam, dvesham develops. Attachment and aversion develops in this world. So, when Krishna appears, what happens? That divinity, Krishna's presence is experienced by the devotee, because soul by very nature is pure, isn't it? Soul is very pure. Soul is always pure. That when soul appears, Maya moves away from there. When self-realization happens, Maya has no place there anymore. Maya has to pull back from there. So that's all what it happens inside. The soul by nature is very pure, eternal, pure, fully conscious and always liberated. That is the nature of the soul. And that soul which has to experience all these things is totally gone immediately when you experience that dosha kripita gunam. So when that experience comes, Atma Swarupam, that once pure identification with the soul happens, at that time, when does that happen? When Krishna's mercy comes. And that happens, ajnanam or avidya or ignorance inside goes away. From inside it goes away. Whole problem is here. It's not in the world outside. If you really understand Bhagavatam, you will come to the conclusion that all the problem is not in the world. World will go on its own way. That you don't have to worry about it. Whole problem is here, right here. Maya has got in there, and this energy which has come from the Chit Shakti mind, she is creating all these problems with various ragam, dvesham, kamam, krodham, lobham, all other different emotions inside. And all these things covers the soul, which is by very nature is pure and free from all defects. It's perfect. Perfection is there in the soul. That is what Ishwanishan says there, isn't it? Purnamadam, Purnamidam. He is Purnam. Perfect it is. Doesn't require anything from outside. But due to the presence of Maya, this thing happens. So that removal of Maya from inside is the success of life. As far as Bhagavatam, gopis are saying that when Krishna appears in the heart, Maya moves away from there, and that is your success. Gopis are saying to Krishna, your success is that when you get in and comes, what happens is the Maya moves away from there. That is that success they are talking about here. Jaya Jaya. So, Jayadiketikam Janmana Vraja Shaidamindira Shashwadatrahi Deita Drishyadam Dikshudavaga Tvaitata Savastvam Vijinyate. When that ignorance goes away, when that Maya pulls away, what happens at that time? Because only due to ignorance, mind starts acting, the activities of the mind. Because of that mind, due to the ignorance, ajnanam or avidya, what happens? I think that I am this body, and I am a jiva, I am a living entity, I am an individual false ego. All that builds up around that idea, and Brahman happens from there. Brahman, that illusion comes from there. When that ignorance goes away, ajnanam or avidya goes away, body, mind, intelligence, false ego, we come to realize that none of them are real. Body is not real, mind is not real, intelligence is not real, ego also is not real. None of them is real. And instead, we realize that what we are actually is eternal, pure, fully conscious, always liberated spirit soul. That realization comes. With that, all these things goes away from inside. That awareness will happen within. And that, getting back that awareness to us, that is what Gopis refers to here as Jayam, success. That is the Jayam. That is the only success in this world, self-realization, realizing what we are. Otherwise, everything else is in avidya, in ajnanam. Avidya, whatever we are doing here is all based on ajnanam or avidya. Jayati Jayadikam Janmana Vraja Shraila Mindira Shashwadatrahi Deita Drashyadam Dikshudavaga Svaitata Savastvam Vichinyate. So, Svaitata Savastvam Vichinyate. Gopis are wandering around everywhere in Vrindavanam, in looking for Krishna. You can see Asu, another word used for Pranam, the life air, is called Asu in the yoga's language. Asu is the word they use. So, this Pranam or life air is able to stay in this body is only because of one reason. due to our desires. Because of the desires, we are unable to leave the body. Desires pulls it back because we need the body to fulfill those desires what we have created inside. You may say that I have no desires. That Prana won't accept that. Prana will say, you brought me here, now you fulfill all your desires and then you can go from this body. So if you think about this in a very subtle level, you can see that we have desires. It is because of those desires that we are still within this body. In other words, when we have come with a whole list of desires to be fulfilled in this body. That's how we have come here. And when that quota is over, then automatically prana will leave this body. That is our prarabdha. Prarabdha is like that. That when prarabdha is decided, prarabdha makes this decision that so many desires we have, and in order to fulfill those desires we need a body, material body. And body was manufactured for that purpose. Till that desires are all fulfilled and gone from here, is finished, exhausted here, it is not possible to go back, leave this body. And when the quota is over, prana will leave this body and go away from here. On the other hand, one who has only desire, one who has developed in this life, going back to Krishna as the only goal, for such a person, for him, it says here, because he has holding this prana in this body, life air in this body, only for self-realization, because that's his only goal left now. So for him, it is possible that sometime he will have the self-realization will happen to him. In other words, he will be able to leave the body without a lot of difficulties. In that sense, that means prana needs to have some purpose to stay within this body. Prana lives in this body to fulfill desires whatever we have created. Someone who has created the desire to go back to Krishna, or who wants to free himself through knowledge, this process of to free himself from the body, mind, intelligence, and ego. If he has become completely fixed on that, then eventually that will happen within this body itself, and the body will drop off at that point. So that is what they're saying here. Gopis were like that, isn't it? They have come to that stage now, that they are practically in a state constantly struggling to go back to Krishna. They don't want anything in this world anymore. So that Daidaprishyadam Bhikshuta Daida is Krishna. Addressing Krishna, they say here, we are still after you. We are still after you. And because of your appearance, this Vrajabhumi, Vrindavanam, has become a success. Jayati. In other words, also you can see here that their gopis are sannyasis practically. They have given up all connections with this world. When the sannyasam becomes perfect, only forget about our sannyasam and all that, but we are grihasthas, householders, isn't it? Also, we are in a different state, in the sense that we will say, if we don't get Krishna, that's alright, I'll go home and I'll do what I have to do. This is how much we want Krishna as concerned. So, and then there is some other happiness we have organized at home, in other way, prasadam, and so many other things, holidays and television, all kinds of things. So we have organized all that, and then we have come here to have some Krishna consciousness, isn't it? Experience of Krishna. We have made sure that everything else is there. If this doesn't work, we'll go back to the same old life. This is how we have organized our life. But gopis are not like that. They are like sannyasis. They have given up all that and they have come here, isn't it? So sannyasam normally is like that. It's just like jumping from the top of the hill, top of a mountain, from the top of a cliff. It's just like that sannyasam. And the only hope you have is that Krishna will protect you. You can see in sannyasashram how people are struggling all the time, isn't it? That they have given up everything in this world, no interest here, and they have come to spiritual life, and there also they are not getting any shelter. Then what will happen? That is their situation. So, Rakshisheri Shwasaha, that Krishna will protect, that is the only hope they have. So Krishna will reveal themselves to them because for that purpose alone they have given up their all other happiness in this life. Parivrājakas. So that parivrājanam, one who has performed that, their residence is Vrajam. Parivrājanam happens in Vrajam. So that Vrajam is winning. That's what the gopis are saying here. In other words, till Krishna, who is personification of spiritual knowledge, till he appears within the heart, sannyasam is not perfect. Sannyasam has not become success either. Sannyasam is success only at that point that when we experience Krishna within the heart. Self-realization happens another way. In the Bhagavatam, you will see these words. When Srimad Bhagavatam was compiled by Srinarada Maharshi, when he compiled Srimad Bhagavatam, he was already, Vedavyasa Maharshi asked a lot of questions at that time, isn't it, to Narada Maharshi. Narada Maharshi mentions there, to Srinarada Maharshi says to Vedavyasa Maharshi, it is like this, he says, Naishkarmyam abhi achyuta bhava varjidam. In other words, anything what you do in this world, if it is not related with Krishna, na shobhade, it will not shine. It will never be it's not going to bring you anything, happiness from that. Naishkarmyam abhi achyuta bhava varjidam na shobhade, jnanamalam niranjanam. If you look at the first canto, 5th chapter, what he says there, Naishkarmyam abhi achyuta bhava varjidam Nashobhade jnanamalam niranjanam. He mentions there. Achyuta bhava varjidam verse 12 in the 5th chapter. Nashkarmyam achyuta bhava varjidam nashobhade jnanamalam niranjanam. Kudapvana shashura adrami ishware nachapidam karma yadapyakaranam. That Naishkarmyam adi achyuta bhava varjidam nashobhade jnanamalam niranjanam. In other words, even the knowledge in this world, even though it is free from all ubhadi, in other words, ubhadi mukta. Ubhadi mukta means not any influence of the three modes of material nature or the body, mind, intelligence. That knowledge is beyond all this, which means transcendental knowledge, which is not touched by karma. Karma cannot touch transcendental knowledge. So karma has no influence there. And that knowledge, even if it is not with bhakti, it will not have it won't be proper. It will have the proper effect. Na shobhade jnanamalam niranjanam kudapvana shashura vadrami ishware na chapidam karma yadapyakaranam. So if it is like that, what we do in the sadhana stage and at the same time the expectation of results in this world, even that one which has not been dedicated for Krishna's happiness, how will that is going to be anything better? So Naishkarmyam abhi achyuta bhava, Naishkarmya siddhi. Naishkarmyam is the important thing mentions there. That Naishkarmyam is this. Naishkarmyam abhi achyuta bhava varjidam. Achyuta bhava or Krishna bhakti, Krishna consciousness. Without that, anything done in this world is ultimately a waste of time. So therefore, sannyasam, we are talking about sannyasam here, isn't it? They have given up all the karma and sannyasam they have accepted. Gopis have come to that state. Achyuta bhava varjidam na shobhade. If there is no bhakti, it will not shine properly. So, what I'm saying is, if you have given up everything and if you didn't get Krishna, it is a very miserable state. It's a very miserable state. It's a very disturbing state. That means you are left home and you didn't reach the place where you want to be. So, in other words, Jayadivediyam Janmanam Vrajam. In other words, it does not mean that those who have got it is they are very clever. That doesn't mean that. Then by cleverness you can't get Krishna. You can't get Krishna by being clever. So without having any cleverness inside, one who has surrendered everything to Krishna And for them, Krishna reveals himself to them. And so this giving up is very much an internal thing, Andarikam. It's an internal thing. So that is what Shredam Indira Shashwada Trahi. Indira is Lakshmi Devi. Indira is Lakshmi Devi. Aishwarya Devata, opulences. And we should not take it that because Lakshmi Devi came there, wealth and fame and things like that. But actually you have to see that Krishna's Yogakshema Shakti. Yogakshema Shakti means that when devotees are there, looking after them, who does that? Krishna says there in the Bhagavad Gita that their yogam and kshemam I look after, Krishna says. That power is what is meant by that Mahalakshmi's presence in the Brajam. Means you should not think otherwise that when Krishna was there, so Mahalakshmi was there, everywhere there was palaces and BMWs were running everywhere. That's not what it means. What it means is that when Krishna was present there, gopis are acknowledging that they felt very well protected by Krishna. That protection of a devotee by Krishna, that Yogakshema Shakti, what Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita. Ananyaschindayandomam yejanam parivipasane tesham nityabhikanam Yogakshemam mahamyaham, Krishna says there, isn't it? That Yogakshemam power of Krishna is that presence of Lakshmi Devi, what they are referring to here. Not that Krishna was there so that their standard of living was very high or GDP was very high. GDP was not very high. So we should not think in that way. That's a mundane way of seeing things. When Krishna was present there, what was happening was, all the gopis felt that everything is protected well. Krishna is maintaining everything very well. They didn't feel any anxiety in life. That is the important factor. That's the important factor. So that's the way we have to read that. So to whoever has surrendered, Sharanagati has done to Krishna, in their heart Krishna appears and Krishna protects them at the same time. And Krishna makes sure that everything what is required for them is provided at the time as and when it is necessary. And Yogakshemam Mahamyaham. So Yogakshemam is the main thing that is behind it. Krishna does not, in our mundane concept, we start thinking that if everything is surrendered, life is going to be wonderful in this world. That's not going to change. That will never change. It will always remain the same. But what is happening for a devotee is this, that he loses all the anxiety from inside about life in this world. Yogakshema Durandarasya Sagala Shreyaprado Yogino Drishta Drishtamado Bahyandara Vyapinaha Sarvajya Sadaya Deyagarasya Bhavada Kim Vedavyam Maya Shambhotum Paramandara Angajime Chitte Smaraminvaham. Shivanga Hari is one verse. Again exactly the same thing. Yogakshema Durandarasya. Yogakshema Krishna looks after. You know that word Yogakshemam, it's a famous word in the Bhagavad Gita. Yogam and Kshemam. What does that mean? Yogakshemam means Krishna has, when one takes shelter in Krishna consciousness, when one surrenders to Krishna, two things. One is Yogam, other one is Kshemam. Yogam is the spiritual side, Kshemam is all his material aspects of it. Both Krishna takes care. He doesn't have to put him in a lot of anxiety about the existence in this world, maintenance of the body. That only that far, nothing more than that. As far as maintaining the material body is concerned, Krishna says that he will take care of that. And from the spiritual side, all that is required for him to advance on the spiritual path, that's a yoga. All as far as maintaining the bodily necessities are concerned, that's a kshema. So those two things are taken care. Yogakshema Dharantarasya. So similarly, you can see Yogakshema Mahamyaham. It says, Krishna is mentioned here also the same thing. So, in the Shivanga Lahari it says that Shiva also, in the same way, the devotee is saying that they are expert in this, for providing that shelter to the devotee. And I am inside, surrendering to you and taking your shelter all the time. And when somebody is surrendering to Krishna, with the body, mind and intelligence. And Krishna is responding to that as far as Yogam and Kshemam is concerned. At that time, Lakshmi Devi is present there. Lakshmi Devi is present there. And because Lakshmi Devi is a personality who takes care of the Yogakshemam of a devotee. Yogakshemam of the devotee. So that is why that Yogakshema Shakti, the power of Yogakshema, like a mother who looks after the children, she has to protect the devotee in that way. Then that is why, if you look into Srimad Bhagavatam, in the 8th canto, when the 22nd chapter, how that protective nature of Krishna, that you will see there. When Mahabali had to go to Sutaram after everything was taken off from Mahabali, Mahabali had practically he was bankrupt, isn't it? The whole thing was taken off. All his kingdom gone, no place to stay, mortgage, nothing, everything finished, gone. So practically nothing he had. And what will he do? Therefore, Krishna gives that guarantee to him. Look, you have not become pauper. It's my responsibility now. Because you have surrendered, it's my responsibility, Krishna says to Mahabali. What does he say? Rekshishye sarvadoham tvam sanudam saparichadam. There's a very, one of the famous verses in the Bhagavatam. It says, Rekshishye sarvadoham tvam sanudam saparichadam. You will never see a benediction like this from Krishna to anybody else in the Bhagavatam. Very end, he says, Rakshishye sarvadoham tvam sanyudam saparichadam sada sannihidam veera tatramam drakshare bhavan. Krishna is saying to Mahabali, Mahabali, you have surrendered now, therefore everything is with me now, it's my headache, my problem now. So go to Sutalam and Rakshishye sarvadoham tvam sanyudam saparichadam. That I'll make sure not only you will be protected, all your family, whoever is with you, and with all your assets, everything will be protected. And not only that, Krishna says to him, if you have any doubt about it, you can look outside. I'll be standing here outside with as a security. Krishna also takes a security work sometimes. Krishna says, likes that job, it seems. Devotees also like security work sometimes. So, Rakshishye sarvadoham tvam sanidam saparichadam sada sannihidam veera. He says, you will always see me there. Look outside whether I am there or not. Krishna says to Mahabali at that time. So, in the same way, tatramam drakshase bhavan. So, whatever it may be, I will be with you. And this is how Krishna's reciprocation to one who has performed Sharanagati or surrender. No. Not only that, you just have to believe it what I am saying, you will see me there, that Yogakshema Shakti of Krishna, and it will protect the devotee in different ways, in different forms. And that Yogakshema Shakti, that power of looking after the devotee's needs, Yogam and Kshemam, that power is what is called here as Indira. You will see Shrayadam Indira Shashwadatrahi. Many times people think in a different way. They think that because Mahalakshmi also appeared with Krishna and therefore Vrindavanam was so opulent, their living standards were very, very high because Krishna was there. That's not how to understand that, because you will see that they lived simple. They didn't want all of this, our so-called modern comforts. That's not what they were looking for. Gopis had an extreme happy life there, particularly very happy life in Krishna's presence there. Krishna made sure that gopis did not suffer. They had all their yogam and kshemam. Only when material side and spiritual side is both looked after in life, life is perfect. Both should be looked after. Not only material side and spiritual side left to no one. Wandering around like mad characters in this world. without any goal. That's not a good thing. That's why Yogakshema Shakti, that's why Krishna is saying there, that both Yogam and Kshemam I have to look after. Ultimately, Kshemam is for maintaining the body, but when the body is finished, Yogam should come to shelter us, isn't it? Ultimately, the goal is Yogam, not Kshemam. Kshemam is only for while living in this world. So, that is what Krishna says here, Shashwadatrahi. That Shashwadatrahi means permanently present with the devotee. And even if you say, don't come, Krishna will come there. That's how it is. So, there was one a personality in Maharashtra, one sannyasi. His name was Brahmananda, Brahma Chaitanya Swami. Brahma Chaitanya Swami later on became a sannyasi. So, he was in his previous ashram, in the household life, and he suffered a lot in his life. And mother insisted that he had no interest to get married, but mother insisted he should get married, got married. And the child was born, the child died, and then the wife also died later on. So again mother insisted that he should get married again. And this time what happened was he married a girl who was totally blind. And as a Grihastha householder, he went through a very hard time. He is the personality who chants this famous Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. That comes from him. He is the one who used to chant that regularly. And other devotees followed him. Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Very famous prayers, isn't it? So he used to sing this, but he sat at home and continuously chanted these holy names all the time. There are many people who went to him and took his shelter while chanting the holy name from him. So many times a lot of devotees used to come there, and once he saw the devotees who had come, they had a lot of problems. The devotees used to come and mention about their problems to him. So one day he said to them that why so many problems in life? Why are you feeling so many problems in life? Why struggle like this? That when Krishna is present there, Sarvakshema Durandharam, who is constantly present all the time, why this struggle like this? So some different people told their problems. One person said how he has got to get his daughter married and all other problems like that. Another person, and so he said, yes, I agree that anxiety will always be there. Another person talks about the money. He says, yes, that also I can understand. So another person said that he has not got a proper engagement, occupation in life, all that anxiety about that. He agreed all of the things. And then he says to him, he says to all those people, all those devotees who are present there, he says to them that these problems are always there, but I am not denying any of them, he said. But if you are a householder, this is all what is on offer, he said. He said, if you are a householder, this is the things what is on offer, what can I do? He said, I am also going through so many problems in my life, but I don't complain about anything, he said. My child died, wife died, and now the second time I got married, she is blind as well, and we don't have any money either. So many problems like that, but I am not getting concerned about it anymore, he said like that to them. So you should also think in the same way, but at that time, the devotees who were present there, they started saying different things. They said to them, everyone feels this trouble in their own field, whichever field they are experiencing their trouble, isn't it? So, and this Brahmananda Maharaj, he used to give prasadam to people, whoever comes, although he didn't have any money. Somewhere prasadam used to get organized, and prasadam was given to people, whoever had come. And that was his happiness, he felt great pleasure in that. So whenever he got money from anywhere, anybody offered him some money, he will use that for prasadam distribution. That's what he found happiness. So one person asked him that suppose you don't get any money, what will you say? You will start saying that nobody is giving money to give prasadam to people, would you not? They said like that to him. He said, no, if it comes only, I will give the prasadam to others, otherwise I am not concerned about it. He said, I will do what I have got with me. He said, so devotees were making fun, because that's how it is, isn't it? They were making a joke of it. So one day he decided that let us try what happens. So in one instance, the devotees went and invited 100 people to come for a prasadam there. Went and invited about 100 people to come. And he told our Maharaj, Brahma Chaitanya, that we have invited 100 couples to come, 100 couples. And those days they have a system of worshipping Dambatis, married couples like that. And we invited, so 100 means 200 people are coming now for the prasadam, and there was nothing there. No ingredients, neither rice, dal, nothing was there. And they wanted to feed all these people. Maharaj said, don't worry about it. He went and sat in front of the deity and started chanting Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. He kept on singing that. And by 12, 1 o'clock, lunchtime, nothing has happened. Suddenly when they looked outside, one person, one businessman, he has sent 6 bullock carts lower, full of cooked prasadam for them, ready to be fed. And what he said to them was that I have taken a vow that when my daughter fell very ill, that if she gets cured from that, I had to give prasadam to people. I've taken this decision before, and the prasadam I have prepared and brought it here. Please distribute this. Exactly for the time when they wanted the food, it has arrived there. So that I have brought here. That is what Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi means. That means when it is necessary for it, what is necessary for maintaining this body in this world, Krishna will provide that. We may think, read all this is another story. So many stories we have heard, but nobody is bringing anything to our house. We will think like that. Our mind is so polluted in all these things that we can't even think in the right direction. We have lost that, even that faith, that simple faith what they had. Even that we have lost it. So, because we live like that in the world today, isn't it? No dependence on anything. Everything based on the systems what we have created. So much dependent on the systems. Anyway, so here, Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi. When we read Srimad Bhagavatam and when we say these stories from history, people start thinking, oh, maybe they didn't have a welfare system. That's how our mind will go. Because we have grown up in this welfare system, people start thinking all over the world there is a welfare system to protect everybody. But anyway, Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi, Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi, that Indira, Indira is this, that Krishna's protective power. What a devotee needs, that will be given. What he needs, so that he doesn't have to go struggle for that, maintaining the body. That much will be provided from somewhere, some source it will come. That is, Krishna mentions, that gopis are mentioning here. Because gopis know very well, in their humble and simple life, they know the whole creation is running here and it is being maintained by that power, by that force. And this is the difference, that this will happen. So that is the difference between a devotee and a person who does not believe in Krishna consciousness. Devotee believes that everything is working in this world. So many people are provided, maintained. And why should I not get maintained by Krishna's arrangement? So this is the way devotee thinks. But ordinary people, what do? They will organize everything, arrange everything, still they will be in anxiety. Will everything work according to schedule or plan? That's what the ordinary mind works, isn't it? And they will constantly under anxiety. And if I don't go there on time, everything will be in a mess. So I need to be there. And so, and when we organize everything, and then we will go there, and if something is wrong somewhere, we'll fire everybody there and come back from there. That's also happened. So, Jayadikam Janmanam Vrajam. So, when Krishna appears, Krishna appears means what? Bhakti. When Bhakti is there, Sharanagati is there, surrender is there, or dependence on Krishna is there. These are the things. Dependence on Krishna, Sharanagati or Bhakti. All these things, one and the same thing. When they are there, Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi, Shraddha Indira Shashwadatrahi, Deitadrishyadam Dikshutavaga, Stoitadasavastvam Vichinyate. So, we have to understand from that verse that Krishna is giving shelter to the devotee. Gopis had the full shelter in Krishna. Why? Gopis are totally surrendered to Krishna. Therefore, they were under full shelter. You will see in several cases like this in history, if you look back, that how Krishna has made sure that the devotee is taken care. Devotee is taken care. That will happen. We may not get everything what we want in life, but as far as maintenance of the body is concerned, Krishna will make sure that it happens. And only by Krishna's maintenance alone, this body is going on. It is wrong to think that due to our effort or due to the influence of the medicine or the food what we eat, that this body is going on. Body is going on because Krishna is maintaining the body. That's all it is. And until we come to that understanding, we will keep putting our faith in various other things. When Krishna withdraws from there, then the body is not going to maintain anymore. That is Krishna's decision. So in all history you will notice that Shravam Indira Shashwadatrahi. So in the there is a famous prayers in Acharya Swamiji's story also, which is not, he wrote this famous prayers called Kanakadhara Stotram. When he was a brahmachari, he had to, one instance, brahmacharis had to go for bhiksha. He went to a Brahmana family asking for bhiksha. When he went there, what happened was, the family had nothing, there was no money, nothing to offer to the brahmachari, young brahmachari who had come. So the old lady, it was an Ekadashi day as well, and there was nothing, practically nothing to give to the brahmachari who had come. So it was at that time, seeing that state of affairs at the home, standing there, he recited few verses glorifying Mahalakshmi, which is known as Kanakadhara Stotram, the famous Kanakadhara Stotram. And it is in that Kanakadhara, when Kanakadhara means, Kanaka means gold, Dhara means immediately it was showered there in front of that old lady. And that verses where it says here that Angam Harini Pulagabhushanam Ashrayandi Brihmanganeva Mugulabharanam Tamalam Ange Krudakila Vibhudira Pangalina Mangalya Dastumama Mangala Devadaya. Krishna's escort, Krishna's Mahalakshmi is always with Krishna. Angam Harini Pulagabhushanam Ashrayandi Brihmanganeva Mugulabharanam Tamalam Angigula Vibhudi Ravangalina Mangalyadastu Mama Mangala Devadaya. That asking Mahalakshmi to come and take care of that family. And what happened? Narayana Pranayini Nayanam Bovaha. Narayana Pranayini, Narayana's escort. Narayana's who is with Narayana all the time. Narayana Pranayini Nayanam Bovaha. That Mahalakshmi appeared and showered gold coins in front of that mother, old lady who was struggling to maintain herself. So brahmachari went there for bhiksha and it happened in the other way. So these things are there throughout that is why when Mahalakshmi's appearance, Namostu Nali Gandhananaye, Namostu Duddhodari Jannapratyaihi, Namostu Swamamrta Sodaraye, Namostu Narayana Vallabhaye, Namostu Devi Prunandanaye, Namostu Vishnu Siddhistidaye, Namostu Lakshmi Kamalaya, Namostu Damodara Vallabhaye, Namostu Hemambada Pidhigaye, Namostu Bhumandalanaye, Namostu Devadidayakaraye, Namostu Shangaya Vallabhaye. There's a lot of verses like that spoken about Mahalakshmi at that time. So money or wealth is not an issue in life as far as the spiritually advanced souls are concerned. They don't consider money as a very important thing. If it is there, they will utilize it. If it's not there, you will see in Gaurkishore Das Babaji's life. If you remember, if you have read that story about Gaurkishore, that he was always fond of fasting. Many days he used to fast. And whenever there was no possessions, he lived here and there in different places, no permanent abode either. And he used to chant Hare Krishna mantra. And people, sometimes devotees used to come to him. And one day, on a festival day, they came to him. And he said to them, today is Janmashtami. We have to celebrate in a big way. They all laughed at him. He had no money, where is he going to get anything from? So his approach was that Krishnadas Babaji says to the devotees who are present there that it doesn't matter, if we have money we will have a feast, if we don't have we will chant Hare Krishna and celebrate it. So that's how they see life, not continuously building up anxiety inside. Or if there is no money, how will I manage, This is not spiritual. That understanding is not very spiritual. To think that, we need money, always millions we need. Otherwise, how can we have a spiritual life? If this anxiety has come very spiritual life then, we are as much carrying the same anxiety like anybody else in this world. Is it not? So this is never an issue. Money may come, money may not come. But to think that only if you have money you can have spiritual life, that's a misunderstanding. That's a misunderstanding. That's why this devotees, he mentions here that money is not the thing, that not to think about it. All great devotees have spoken in that way. It will pour from the heavens if it's needed. If Krishna wants it, that it has to happen, it will happen. So whatever Krishna has decided, that is what will happen. That surrender is the important aspect. So, so here gopis are saying that Sharadudashaye Sadhu Jadasal Sarasi Jodara Shri Musha Adrisham, that they Swaidradasa Swam Vijinyate. Everywhere they are inquiring, and Tavagavayam, please show yourself in front of us now. And up to this time, gopis were saying Krishna is ours. Krishna is ours. Now they are saying we have become Krishna's. There is a shift there, you can see. Till now, remember in the last chapter, gopis were saying Krishna is ours. Now, when proper understanding came, gopis have started saying we are Krishna's. Actually, we are Krishna's is better than saying Krishna is ours. There is a difference there between the two. Is the thinking behind it. When you say Krishna is ours, it's our responsibility to look after Krishna. Is it not? Because Krishna is yours. But when you say you are Krishna's, it's Krishna's responsibility to look after you. That is surrender. Sharanagati is saying that. Many devotees will say we are taking care of Krishna temples. We are taking care of Krishna. Krishna doesn't need any taking care. Krishna can take care of himself. So, but devotee's attitude is surrender is when we take Krishna's shelter. Shelter is the main thing. Sharanagati. Then surrender. That is what is mentioned here. Then, so here, in the mamata means attachment, me and mine. In the bhakti stage, when there is attachment to things in this world, when we have attachment to things in this world, people will say like that Krishna is ours. They have bhakti, but they will say in this way that Krishna is ours. But when mamata goes away and surrender happens, they will say, I am Krishna's. Krishna is looking after me. Krishna is doing everything what is required, necessary. So, in other words, just like the river goes and joins the sea or the ocean in the same way. Tavakavayam. So, that surrender brings this understanding that we become simply like a machine operated by, we become the machine, Krishna becomes the operator. Sharadudashaye, second verse. Sharadudashaye sadhu jadasal sarasi jodara shri musha adrisha suradamadhade shulkadasya varadanignadho nehakim vadha. Then, talking about Krishna's vision. Then, when they see Krishna, when the Sharakal, that is autumn season, that in the full moon was there. At that time, the moon was shining very powerfully, and at that time, the lotus flower, which has opened up in the lakes, and exactly like that, inside of that lotus flower, the color, that beautiful color inside that lotus flower, and that was Krishna's color at that time. So, similar color in Krishna's eyes. Krishna's eyes look like that lotus flower which has opened up. Sharadudashaye sadhu jadasal sarasi jodaya shri mrusha drisha. So, Krishna's that opulence, that he Suradanatha Shulkadasiya, gopis are saying, the eyes of Krishna is actually stolen our heart. Stolen our heart. If all of Krishna's body, when you look, it is Krishna's eyes is the most captivating part, beautiful part of Krishna's body. Therefore, you will see all the great devotees have spoken about Krishna's eyes. There is no one who has not spoken about Krishna's eyes. Even in the Bhagavatam, if you look in the 10th canto, when Krishna has appeared, the first verse itself about Krishna, if you look into the 10th canto, the 3rd chapter, the appearance happened. Tamal Budam Balagam Ambujekshanam Chadurbujam Shankagadharihayutham. It is Krishna's appearance. That is in the 9th verse. 9th verse in the 3rd chapter, 10th canto. The first thing, Sukadeva Goswami, when he saw Krishna, the first thing that attracted him was Krishna's eyes. You see that? Tamal Budam Balagam Ambujekshanam. Normally when we see a new child baby born, what will you say when you see a new baby born? We will make so many different statements, isn't it? But Shuka Brahmarshi, Sukadeva Goswami didn't make any mistake. As soon as he saw the eyes, it is actually, it says Tamal Budam Balagam Ambujekshanam. Then after that only he talked about the four-handed form. Chadurbujam Shankakadha, to show that the eyes were very special. Krishna's eyes were very special. That eyes have done a lot of things in this world, Krishna's eyes. So, Chadurbujam Shankakadha Srivalsalakshmam Gadashobika Ustubham Pidambaram Sandrapayoda Sauhagam Mahahavairi Vaidurikida Kundalam Tushwa Parishwata Sahasratundalam Uddhama Kanjangavakankanadevar Virojamanam Vasudeva Maikshada. Vasudeva Devaki, when Krishna appeared in the prison first time, that they were both looking at Krishna. Srila Brahmarshi says here, Sudeva Swami is saying here, that when they saw the eyes, Vasudeva looked at Devaki and Devaki looked at Vasudeva, seeing that beautiful eyes of Krishna. So, similarly, here, that you can also notice that Krishna's eyes are spoken. Then Sharadudashaye Sadhujada Sarasijodara Srimushadrisha. That Sarasijodara Srimushadrisha. That when that moon is shining in the lotus flower, which is in the lakes, they are open up, and the color inside, and that kind of beauty, what is present in Krishna. So, Suradanatha Shulkadasiyaham. That Krishna is an expert in giving happiness to others. That's why they mention here. So, when we see Krishna like that, and when we surrender ourselves to Krishna, that eyes, or when we become the slaves of that vision of Krishna, at that time, then that is a proper acceptance of Krishna. In other words, the beauty of Krishna is such that attracted by Krishna's beauty, many devotees get attracted by Krishna's beauty, isn't it? So that beauty, attraction is all centered around that eyes of Krishna. Eyes of Krishna. But when gopis are saying this, you can see here, gopis are talking about the eye, and gopis are saying that we have become completely surrendered by the beauty of that eyes, they are saying here. We also say that we are surrendered to Krishna, but we are thinking, when is Krishna going to give it to me? That's what we are looking at Krishna in the same way. So, sometimes people say like that, isn't it? So many years you spend in this Krishna consciousness, what did you gain from this? People ask all this kind of rubbish things, they will ask. And every family you will see this happening. All the time they keep on raising this question. So many years you have been running this Krishna consciousness you are running after. So many years you are reading Srimad Bhagavatam. What did you get? What do you answer for that? What can you answer for that? So, So then if you tell them that I didn't get anything, then they will say, okay, stop it then. This is the world. This is the world what we are living. They are ready there to tell you what you should do. You have done so many years, you have been going around in this world, chant Hare Krishna and be happy. At the end, people are asking, what did you gain? So many years you have done this, so what have you got now? We didn't get anything. Then why don't you stop it now at least? As though they won the point. That's what they feel about it, isn't it? So, so you have to say that. So this has always happened. One devotee told one Mahatma once like this. He said, I have served you so many years. I left everything and I was serving you. I didn't get anything. He says to him, I didn't get anything. So the Mahatma says same thing. Okay, you didn't get anything then. Now then you leave me then. Please, leave me and go. He said, that's all he could say to him. What else can you say when somebody says like that? So here also gopis are saying, I give up everything and we have come to you. But they are not saying we didn't get anything. Have you noticed that? They didn't say we didn't get anything. Nobody was ashulka dasiyaha. You see the word they have used? Ashulka dasiyaha. What they are saying is we don't want anything. So in other words, we go to spiritual life not to get anything. We come to spiritual life not for to get anything, but not to get anything. That's why we are in spiritual life. That's what we have to know. If you understand spiritual life in a subtle level, you will never make that statement again. Because to get something is not spiritual. To get something is not spiritual. We are not come to spiritual life to get something. We have come to spiritual life not to get anything. Because if we don't take into spiritual life, what do? We will create more karma and more karma vasana and more bodies after that. This is what the result of all this. We have to be clear about this, that not in spiritual life to get something from Krishna. We have come to spiritual life so that we don't get anything anymore. That is the idea behind it. So, ashulkadasiyaha. Ashulkadasiya means we don't want any shulkam. Shulkam means salary. Gopis is saying, you don't want any salary, he says here. That only in that case, sadhana will work. Otherwise, sadhana will go like this, like a mechanical arrangement. So, sadhana becomes effective at that time. Because, for example, for some time you have performed meditation and chanting the holy name, everything. And you are thinking that, oh, everything will be sorted in my life because I am chanting now and I am engaging in spiritual life. But once some stage, later on, you will realize that this is all a waste of time. It's not for getting anything. All this is chanting, meditating, deity worship, all of those things. Namokshasya kamsha. In the, you will see, namokshasya kamsha. No desires, that is the important thing. Namokshasya kamsha. Na cha vibhavavancha vijaname na vikyana abeksha shashimukhi sukhe cha vinagunaha atasvam samyaje janani jananam yadumamavai mridani rudrani shiva shiva bhavani dijavadaha. Namokshasya kamsha. Even for desire for liberation cannot be there in a devotee's mind. Should not be even thinking about that. Na cha vibhavavancha vijaname. Even for acquiring material opulences, na vidyaya abeksha, not even desiring for knowledge here. Shashimukhi sukhecha punaha. That even if life has to come back again and take birth in this world, that is also not an issue at all. Atasvam samyaje janani jananam yatumamavai. That janani jananam, again and again if you give me another body also, it does not matter. Mridani rudrani shiva shiva bhavani dijabadaha. That even in all those bodies also, if there is Krishna consciousness, spiritual life is there, then it should be okay. It should be still better. So that is why you will see here that bhakti ends up in Sharanagati. All bhakti eventually ends up in Sharanagati. Whether birth or death, still opportunity to chant the holy name. That is what the devotee is seeking for. So when it comes to that, that is when it becomes Ashulka Dasya. That Ashulka means that Sujananadave Ashulka Dasya Varada Nignado Neha Kimbhatha. That Ashulka Dasya means this, that you come to a stage in spiritual life where you are not expecting anything from Krishna. Whatever happens in life, let it come and go. That attitude. So Varada Nignado Neha Kimbhatha. So this Priyam, then what we have developed for you, they are saying to Krishna, this attachment what we have developed for you. If you cut this off, what will happen? It is as good as killing us. Because we have given up everything. We have come and taken, completely surrendered to you and taken your shelter. And we are not even asking anything from you. All we want is this bhakti, this prayam, this attachment what we have for you should remain. And that you should take care of. That you should not refuse. That is what the gopis were saying to them. So here we can see that this has got a death for us if you don't give us this at this point. Suranadave Shulka Dasya Varada Nignado Neha Kimbadha. Ashulka Dasya, we are not on salary here, but if you don't give us that priyam or bhakti, what Krishna has to give it to them, they are saying, gopis are saying to Krishna, if you don't give it to us, is it not that we are finished with our life here? So when we mentions that, then gopis you can see, after saying this, they are saying to Krishna that Vishajalapeyal Vyarakshasal Varshamarudal Vaidhinanalam Vrishamayal Prijal Vishwadobhayam Rishabadevayam Rakshidamho Nakhalu Gobiganandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andaral Madrak Vikhanasatido Vishwaputtaye Sakamudeivan Satvadam Kule Virajina Bhayam Vrishnidhuryate Charanamiyusham Samsrader Bhayat Karasaruruham Kanda Kamalam Shirasi Dehi Nashri Karagraham Brajajana Tihan Veera Yoshiram Nijajana Smayadham Sanasmida Bhajasake Bhaval Kingaris Mano Jalaruhananam Charu Darshaya Pranada Dehinam Pavakarshanam Tranacharanugam Shri Niketanam Phanipanapidam De Padam Bhujam Krunakuche Shuna Krandi Krachayam. So here you can see that in these verses, gopis are saying to Krishna that all different instances in life, what has happened. What all say? Vishajala Peyal, Vyala Rakshasal. When Kalindi river, when they were there, they drank the water of the Kalindi river and they all died. Krishna brought them back to life again, isn't it? When they collapsed, Krishna brought them back to life again. Vyala Rakshasal Varshamarudal. Aghasura has taken them all inside and they were going to be killed. Krishna protected them from that. And similarly, many other powerful demons, Arishtasura, Vyomasura and so many others, in all those situations, gopis are saying, Krishna has protected us. Krishna has protected us. So saying that, gopis are now saying to Krishna that from that incidents we understood Nakhalu Dehinam Nakhalu Gobiganandano Bhavan. You are not just the child of Yashoda Devi. You are not a son of Yashoda Devi. We can more or less be sure about that. Nakhalu Gobiganandano Bhavan. You are not son of Yashoda Devi. What are you then? Akhila Dehinam Andaral Mandrak. You are the soul of everybody. You are the soul of everybody. Now, this is something causes a lot of difficulties for a lot of devotees, isn't it? When you say Krishna is the soul of everyone, first thing they will ask you is, are me and Krishna the same? Are we one or are we two? Now, this is not a big issue in spiritual life. If you look into the third canto, Prabhupada's commentary on the 6th chapter, 8th verse, Please read through that and see what Krishna is saying about it. I do not know how this issue is burning people's hearts so much. Prabhupada never gave importance to that. If you understand, if you are reading Prabhupada's books, you won't raise this issue at all. But so many people have asked this question. Throughout Bhagavatam, there is this statement. If you have the book, I'll just read through that loudly and see what Krishna Prabhupada has to say about that. 368. This is Vidura and Maitreya conversation. Vidura and Maitreya conversation. Third canto is Vidura and Maitreya conversation. It says here, Eshehi Ashesha Satvanam Atmamsha Paramatmana Adyavadavaro Yatraso Bhudagramo Vibhavyave. That is the verse, isn't it? Translation. The gigantic universal form of the Supreme Lord is the first incarnation and plenary portion of the Super Soul. He is the self of an unlimited number of living entities, and in him rests the aggregate creation which thus flourishes. Purport by Srila Prabhupada. The Supreme Lord expands himself in two ways, by personal plenary expansions and separated minute expansions. Personal plenary expansions are Vishnu Tattva, and the separated expansion are living entities. Since the living entities are very small, they are sometimes described as the marginal energy of the Lord. But the mystic yoga consider the living entities and the super soul Paramatma to be one and the same. In Jnana Margam, Yoga Margam and all, it's one and the same. Only in Bhakti Margam we consider separate. And this is not an issue for argument, because if you read the next sentence, it is, however, a minor point of controversy, Prabhupada says. It is, however, how many devotees have asked me this question, I don't know. It seems to be it's worrying many people, whether it is one or two. Is that the only issue in spiritual life? Krishna is saying, your problem is not one or two, your problem is birth, death, old age and disease. That's what one should get over first, not one or two. It is, however, Prabhupada is writing here, a minor point of controversy. It's a very minor issue that you will know when you realize the truth. You don't have to worry about it at this point in time. After all, everything created rests on the gigantic Virat or universal form of the Lord. That is the purport on that. You will see in several places in the Bhagavatam, and Prabhupada mentions in that way also. So, the thing is, here gopis are also saying the same thing. That's why Nakalu Gopiga Nandano Bhavan Agile Dehinam Andar Alma Brikka, he says. Isn't it? Krishna is the Alma inside who is seeing everything. Krishna is seeing through the eyes, Krishna is smelling through the nose, Krishna is hearing through the ears, Krishna is speaking through the tongue, Krishna is tasting the food through the tongue. Everything, activities are happening because Krishna is inside. Otherwise it cannot happen. Now, and then this question, whether it's one or two, that you shouldn't worry about it at this point in time. That's what Prabhupada is saying. Such a minor issue this says. Because Prabhupada knows that throughout Bhagavatam, in several places, Alma is referred to as Krishna. Alma is referred as Krishna. The soul is referred as Krishna. So it is from that understanding that we have to know that that is not our main issue here. That Nakhada Gopiganandana Bhavan, you are not Yashoda Devi's son. Akhila Dehinam Andaral Madrika. Akhila Dehinam, in all living entities, Krishna is the soul within. If Krishna is not there, Jiva will not be there. If you take it separately, in other words. Suppose if you say they are separate, if Krishna is not there, will there be a Jiva there on his own? He can't stay. He is dependent on that Krishna's presence there. Krishna is the main factor there. When we study that chapter in the Bhagavad Gita, Purushottama Yogam, you will see there that Purushottama is this, who is present in everyone. And even in the Bhagavad Gita, you will notice at different places referring to the same thing. Aham, Sarvasya Prabhavo. There are several verses which talks about Krishna as the Alma. It's there in the Bhagavatam, it's there in the Bhagavad Gita. Aham Sarvasya Prabhavo Matta Sarvam Pravartane. iti matva bhajante mam uddhava bhava samanyitaha. So many verses, isn't it? So here also you can see that Akhila Dehinam Andaral Adrik. Andaralma is Krishna, Drik. And Likhana Sartito Vishwaguptaye Sakhamudevan Satvadam Kule. What we call as Jiva, what we call Jivatma in other words, is our false ego. When the false ego goes away, there is no Jiva after that. Jiva has no existence in that way as we think about it. What exists is Krishna inside. But Jivatma, when it loses its false ego from within, the Jiva disappears. Jiva means that false ego inside. So, Virachita Bhayam Vrishni Dhuryade Charananiyusham Samsrade Abhaya Karasaruruham Kanda Kamadam Shirasidehina Shri Karagraham. So, in bhakti process, wherever Krishna has mentioned this, you can see in the Bhagavad Gita also that Andaralpa Drik, Krishna is the soul of everyone. Andaryami, or which we're going to address him. There he is called as the gopis are inquiring after that person who is inside the heart as the soul of everyone. Gopis know this. This shows that gopis had the realization that Krishna is the soul of everyone. And they are inquiring after him now. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, if you look, you will see there in the 2nd chapter, 29th verse. Ashyaryadal Pashyari Kaschirenam. That verse. Ashyaryadal Pashyari Kaschirenam. Ashyaryadal Vadadi Tadhaiva Chanyaha. Ashyaryadal Chainam Anyashrunoti. Shutva Pienam Vedanaschaiva Kaschil. That is the amazing thing about the soul. Amazing thing about the soul. Because it's always amazing what the soul is, isn't it? People have all kinds of doubts about this. Everyone wants to understand the soul with the mind and intelligence. And that's the only thing will never happen. If mind and intelligence could understand the soul, by now the scientists would have told us what the soul is. Because they have gone so advanced in thinking in their mind and intelligence. They have become so good at it, is it not? So if mind and intelligence could define the soul, clearly explain the soul, by now we would have found out what the soul is. That is why in Bhagavad Gita, those words, 5,000 years what Krishna has spoken is true even today. He is saying that, Ashyaryadal Pashyari Kaschirenam. As far as soul is concerned, everyone talks about the soul as the greatest wonder, isn't it? There is no other wonder. It's not Taj Mahal or Eiffel Tower greatest wonder in this world. The greatest wonder in this world is this soul. Soul is the greatest wonder. Ashyaryadal Pashyari Kaschirenam. And Ashyaryadal Vadadi Tadhaiva Chanyaha. Some people are talking about the soul and says it's amazing thing. And Ashyaryadal Chaivam Anyashrunoti. And some of them are saying that the soul is, they hear him. And some hear of him as amazing. They are hearing about the soul as amazing. And Shutva Pienam Veda Naschaiva Kaschil. Shutva Pienam Veda Naschaiva Kaschil. Even after hearing about him, they cannot understand him at all. That's the greatness of the soul. Greatness of the soul. That in spite of all your mind, intelligence, brain, whatever you have got, you have invested in that, still it's the most amazing thing, this thing called soul. And that is what we are arguing about one or two. Imagine. Krishna is saying this about the soul, and our only problem in spiritual life is one or two now. If it is not one, it could be two, it could be three, it could be four, four. That is the beauty of the soul. So to argue about this is very childish. Whether it is one or two. Siddhantam is all like that. Nobody understands the soul. Soul is such an extraordinary, amazing thing. As Krishna himself says, it's amazing. Krishna is saying, it's amazing thing, this one thing called soul. And to argue about that amazing thing and to find an answer here, right now, many people have raised this issue. They are asking this question, oh, it cannot be one, it has to be two, it has to be three or whatever. whatever way they want to understand. So anyway, the question point is here that gopis are saying that Akhila Dehinam Andaram Mandrik. So they are wandering around like that, whether have you seen Krishna? They were asking everyone whom they have seen on the way, they are saying that have you seen Krishna? In that way they were wandering around. So we'll stop there for a few minutes and then we'll continue again. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nakar Gopika Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinandaral Madrik Vikhana Sathido Vishwaguptaye Sakamudaivan Satvadam Kule. Gopis, they were inquiring from Gopika Gitam, gopis are singing, and when they have trying to find where Krishna has gone, in that process they have asked everybody, isn't it? You will see in the earlier chapter also. Paprachum Akashavanandaram Bahir Bhudeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspati. In the 30th chapter they have mentioned that. Paprachu Akashavanandaram Bahir Bhudeshu Sandam Purusham Vanaspati. Then in everyone, inside and outside, who is present, in other words, Andaryami, and asking all the trees and plants who were there, and even the animals. How did they ask? Unmattavan, as though they were gone mad. They were gone mad. And that we have seen earlier, when they entered into that forest, they felt that Krishna was present somewhere around, and like the devotees also inquiring about Krishna. So there is in the Bhagavatam, somewhere in the 11th canto, I think, Evam Yogaradam Chevaha Almanam Anujigrahari. That devotees, because a person who is matured through yoga process, Jnana Yogam or Bhakti Yogam, whichever when he becomes mature, at that time he will find out the soul by its smell. That's how they talk in the Shastram, that they will be able to identify the presence of the soul. So similarly, gopis were asking everywhere, to all the plants and the trees in the forest, that have you seen Krishna, and even to the animals. And even to the grass they have inquired. So in that way, in the Yamuna river bank, they were spending their time, and it was at that time that they saw the footprints of Krishna, and when they go further in that way, they realized that they saw the footprints of two personalities, and this gopi must be very dear to Krishna. Hanadharamana Preshta, when they saw Radharani was saying, Hanadharamana Preshta Kwasi Mahamujam Dasyaste Kripanayami Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim. We have seen that, and they waited from that point onwards. You will see the 44 and 45 verses, last chapter. Taman manaskata lama tadveshta tadcheshta tadalmiyaha tadgunani vagayandyo alma varani sasmaru. So devotee is always hopeful that one day Krishna will appear. And you can see this also in Vritrasura's prayers. Vritrasura says the same thing. Ajatamaksham yomadaram khakha stanyam yadhaval sadara shubhata priyam priyevam vishiram vishana mano aravindaksha dadrakshadetvam. Vritrasura's prayers, if you look in the 6th canto, it is very similar to the way gopis have spoken about Krishna. Vritrasura was also saying there that just like the birds who haven't got their wings, who haven't got their wings yet, and they are not able to fly, babies, They are not able to fly yet, the baby birds. They are not unable to fly. And they are waiting there for the mother to come and feed them, isn't it? So, Ajadavaksha. Ajadavaksha means one whose wings have not grown yet. Ones who haven't got the wings yet to fly. Similarly, a devotee who is executing sadhana in spiritual life, he has also got two wings. What are those wings? One is Vairagyam and the other one is Vivekam. Vairagyam means renunciation and Vivekam is discrimination. So only if you have these two, you can fly. Otherwise, both of them, if you don't have either of them, then it is very difficult. You can see the difficulty that a devotee is finding no attraction to this world. To do anything in this world, he has no attraction. So at the same time, in order to do anything in this world, you need a false ego. Otherwise, you cannot work here, isn't it? Only when there is false ego inside, you can do something here. So that false ego has got the desire to work. False ego has got Ichha Shakti. That power to work, desire to work, is coming from that false ego. So, so there is a situation in devotee's life also, that after they have given up all the connections with this world, no realizations hasn't come, and what should one do at that stage? And he has only one option left at that time, that Ajadavaksham Nivamadaran Khaka Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Akshutataha. That Khakam, you can see the word, he has used his Khakam. Khakam means, Kha means sky, Gam means able to travel, Gadi. That means that joined together is Khakam. So birds are given this special name Khakam. Ajadavaksham Nivamadaran Khaka Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Akshutataha. That bird which is capable of flying in the sky, that is Khakam. So therefore, till one is able to experience spiritual life and able to enjoy spiritual life, able to fly in that world of spiritual life, till that time he has no wings, he has no other choice except to be completely dependent on Krishna. Krishna is the mother. Just like Dhritarashtra says there, Ajadavakshamivam Amaram Khaka Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Shubhaka. Birds who haven't got their wings to fly, they have to wait till the mother comes and feeds them. In the same way, till a devotee is able to fly in the spiritual life without being dependent on anything, when he has enough two wings, which is one is Vairagyam, renunciation, other one is Vivekam, discrimination. When both these wings have grown well, then he will be able to continue in spiritual life, in this spiritual sky, without any difficulty. That is what Dhritarashtra says here. So, the same thing here also, Ajadavakshamivam Adaram Gagha Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Kshupaka. So, the jiva, he wants to fly his spiritual life. But because the wings are not grown yet, therefore he has to wait like the birds till they grow. So, and all he can do is to sit and cry. And that is that separation, what is spoken here. Ajadavaksham Nivamadaram Khaka Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Akshutaka. So what he do at that stage, he will do a little bit of sadhana. He does a little bit of sadhana. That's all he can do now. Because that's all he is capable of doing. He can't do anything more than that. He hasn't got proper renunciation or knowledge in him. Viveka means knowledge, in other words. That proper fit conviction inside that spiritual life is real and spiritual life is what is meant to be practiced. So that conviction comes, that is the two wings, Jnanam and Vairagyam, the two wings, till they grow firm and able to fly on his own in spiritual life. He can only do one thing, he has to wait till that happens and cry for Krishna's help. That is what it means. Stanyam Yatha Valsadara Akshutataha. Like the calf, when they want to milk the cow, they will tie the calf a few yards away on a post, and the calf will be tied with the rope there. And calf will try to come back to the mother to to get the milk from the udder. But when the calf tries to come, it can only come as much as the rope allows the calf to come. The rope has a certain length, only at that much distance it can come. It can't come more than that. Similarly, the calf has been in that situation for a while. That calf will only get that much milk when the calf is brought to the cow and allowed to drink the milk. But till that time, calf is also dependent. It has no freedom to act on its own way. So in a similar way, we have done some certain amount of sadhana in life, executed spiritual life to some level, and at the same time we have studied some shastra. All these things we have done, but nothing is working. Nothing is working here. But whatever you may do, still the attachment to the world and the working life has not gone away from inside. But because of karma, you can't get Krishna. Karma is not the answer. Krishna is not someone whom you will be able to get control of through karma. Karma will not be able to bring Krishna to us. So no karma can bring Brahman towards us. So no sadhana can also give that happiness, Purna Anubhavam, complete experience of Krishna. It is not possible. What will happen is, sadhana will become Vedana. Vedana means pain. Sadhana will become a pain to us later on when we think like that. So ultimately, the Vedana, the pain also has to go, and sadhana will come to the stage that the person who is performing the sadhana, when that ego goes away completely from inside, then what remains is only the goal. Only Krishna remains at that time. Little bit of pain will be there, but and the jiva has tried very hard physically and through the mind and intelligence, because for us, operating with the body, mind, intelligence is important, because that's what we know in this world. So we try the same thing, but nothing is happening. Priyam priyevam vishiram vishanna manoram inda achadhudakshade tvam. So in that, priyam priyeva vishiram vishanna. Priyam priyeva vishiram vishanna. Priya priyam, through priyam, the wife attracts the husband, and husband stays with her. In the same way, there is a relationship from heart to the heart. So that connection is there. Similarly, you can see Priyam is somewhere, but Priyam is still there in the devotee's heart towards Krishna, but unable to go back to Krishna. So therefore, one day he has to wait till Krishna comes and picks him up. So here you can see, although Krishna has disappeared from the gopis, this is not the first time Krishna has done that, gave them some experience of anubhuti or experience like this, realizations, and Krishna disappeared. Sagrudadara Sudham Swam Mohinim Payayitvam. Gopis mentions this in the 47th chapter. If you look, you will see there in the 47th chapter. Sagrudadara Sudham Swam Mohinim Payayitvam. There is a verse there that Sagradadara Sudham Swan Mohinim Payitvam Sumanasa Iva Sadyas Satyajesman Bhavagrak Paricharadi Kadamvan Padabhatmandu Padmam Abhivada Hada Jeda Uttama Shloka Jalpaihi. Then earlier gopis are saying that Krishna has enjoyed the rasa dance with the gopis, and gopis have enjoyed Adhara Sudham Swam Mohinim Payayitvam, that in their union with the gopis, with Krishna, they had enjoyed Krishna's saliva from the mouth while they have kissing, and after drinking all that, just like a bird goes away from the flower after drinking the honey from the flower, similarly Krishna has left us and gone away from here. And they are asking this question, Sumanasa iva satyasya tyajesman bhavadrik paricharadi kadam that padavatmandu padmam. That why is that Lakshmi Devi, knowing very well that this is your nature, how does she continue to serve you in this way? And how sad it is that she is going to be cheated one day. Gopis are saying this to Lakshmi Devi. Says Lakshmi Devi is always serving Krishna, isn't it? So Gopis are saying, Sagradhara Sudha Swamohinim Bayi Tvam Sumanasa Ivasadya Stechajesman Bhavadrik. What have they done to us? What has Krishna done to us? He enjoyed with us and then he left us and gone away. Just like the bees, they go to the flowers and take the honey from the flower and then they leave the flower. They don't come back to that flower again. In a similar way, Krishna has done this to us. We don't understand why Lakshmi Devi is busy with Krishna so much, not knowing that one day Krishna will do the same thing to her as well. So, like this, they were talking about it, and you can see here, Sagradhara Sudham Swamohinim Payayitvam. So, this relationship between Dhritarashtra and Krishna, what we have seen in that 6th canto, Gopis also are saying the same thing. When we think about Lakshmi Devi, we find it difficult because always serving Krishna and never leaving him. And he gives a little bit happiness and then he disappears. How does he? Shraina Indira Shashwadatrahi. Why is she so busy in serving Krishna? So, Abhivadakata we also fell into the same trap, he says. All his hearing his nice talk and his smile and the way he dealt with us, we also fell into the same trap. So, is that I think Lakshmi Devi has also fallen into the same trap they are saying. He is not a person who will stay anywhere permanently. Always, Kshanabhanga Saudadaha. His relationship is only very momentary, very temporary. The Gopis are saying this. In two ways it's spoken, because you can see devotees also, they engage in Krishna consciousness for some time, and Krishna has given them some happiness in life. Then Krishna disappeared. That is the initial stages in spiritual life. When you feel some happiness first, that comes and then it goes away. But Yoga Margam, Bhakti Margam, Jnana Margam, all of them, in all these three processes, you experience that happiness in the beginning. In all the three processes, Bhakti Margam, Jnana Margam, Yoga Margam. All the three yoga processes, Yoga Margam means Ashtanga Yoga. In all these three processes, you will experience a certain happiness in the beginning. And after giving a little bit of happiness, and that experience goes away. And then what happened? What is important here is, till all hour, then Krishna waits. Wait for what? So that all the vasanas die out from inside. And complete control of the senses happens. Control senses as well as the mind. And all desires goes away from within. Only then that anubhuti or realization will become complete. So, first time, whatever realization Krishna has given to the devotee, that he has given that and he disappears. At that time, the bhakti, what the devotee had, it becomes the devotion in separation. Devotion in separation. It is at that time the devotee's devotion becomes devotion in separation. Initially, it starts like this, that he gives some realizations, Krishna gives realization to every devotee in different ways, in different levels. When he gets that realization, he wants to stick to Krishna consciousness. But after a while, when he finds he is not getting any reciprocation from Krishna, it is at that time you can see that why Krishna is not reciprocating, because Krishna leaves everyone at that stage. And then he waits till we, through sadhana and other processes, our false ego completely goes away, all the vasanas goes away from inside, and all control of the mind and senses become very strong. Only in that state that anubhuti, that realization will develop again. So, so this one particular thing, that you develop relationship and then it's broken and then it continues in separation. From there, from this relationship, many great devotees have compiled various literatures based on that. Even that, at that stage, is also sadhana bhakti. It's also in the sadhana stage. So, sadhana, it is still continuing, even though the separation has started from Krishna, and Krishna has left the devotee and gone away. Devotee is hankering for Krishna's association because he has tasted something and he is still struggling hard to get some experience of Krishna, and that is still sadhana bhakti, as mentions. Bhagavatam says that as the sadhana bhakti stage. So then he is seeing bhakti in other devotees. He starts observing this. Bhakteshu prakatita bhalam. Then he starts noticing bhakti in other devotees. And even then he is executing bhakti, which is still sadhana bhakti. In all these states, there is no anubhuti, there is no realization. So initially there was a slight experience and there was some realization in the beginning. After that, that realization also leaves him. That realization also leaves him. How do one get that realization? Because when one starts realizing that it is not by effort that I am getting Krishna's association or Krishna consciousness. It's not by my effort. We start realizing that. It is rather, we start seeing it is by Krishna's mercy that it is happening. Kripa. Kripa is the force behind it. So, bhakti, bhakteshu prakatita bhalam. That prakatita bhalam, that only through the Kripa alone, Krishna reveals himself to the devotee, and that he shows to that jiva. And similarly here, gopis also were attracted by Krishna's beauty, and that attraction was Krishna's kripa again, mercy again. Then Krishna looked at them with love, and that looking Krishna's eyes and the beauty of the eyes and looking at the gopis and smiled at them, gopis are saying, after doing that, Krishna has stolen our heart. After stealing the heart, Krishna has disappeared. Then no more to be seen. So here you can see the very mind of the gopis which were engaged in the activities at home, and the very hands which were engaged in the activities in the kitchen at home, all of them Krishna has tied them down. Krishna has tied them down with his with the love what Krishna has shown to them. Now they are unable to go back home and engage in work like they did before. So a stage will come in devotee's life, you will find it very difficult to do any work in this world. That is the gradual changes that happens in spiritual life. Initially we will be concerned about maintaining this body, but even that goes away and it comes to a stage that they will find difficult to engage their body, mind, intelligence in any kind of activity. So we cannot go back home anymore because we have given up everything and we have come here. And if we go back home, they will laugh at us. They will say, you've gone after that Krishna, now what has happened? They'll ask the same question. So Krishna has shown their beauty and attracted the gopis towards him, and the same thing happens in Jiva also. Somehow or the other, Krishna attracts the Jiva, and the Jiva then is in that situation like the gopis. Though gopis are saying here that if you look there, you will see there Virajita bhayam vrishni dhivyade charanamiyusham samsrade abhayad karasaroruham kamdaka madam shirasidehi shri karagraham vrajajanati hanvira yoshidam nijajanasmaya dvamsanasmidam bhajasake bhavat kingai ismano jalaruhananam chayu darshayam. Gopis are saying that Krishna is attracted in this way, then Tavagaha, Gopis are saying here, Tavagaha, Ashulka Dasiyaha, we have become yours, and we have come here to, and we have become yours, and we are here to serve you. We don't want anything in return. So, but please complete that realization what we had. What you have given us at the beginning, complete that so that it remains permanent. So, till that Anubhuti means that realization comes. Krishna is available, and first time till we get that experience of Krishna, and everyone in their spiritual life, they go through these stages all the time. So, Initially, you can see this also. The taste what one has for spiritual life in the beginning, it will come suddenly in the beginning, and we will come to the spiritual life, and it will give you a lot of deep absorption in the mind. Dhyana meditation can develop and feel some happiness. And when you start reading the books also, Shastram, you will start thinking that, oh, I have understood everything. And not only that, when you start engaging in some meditation or chanting, at that time, some detail, some in-depth experiences also may come. And those who are performing sadhana, they will feel happy about it. But all that will last only for a short time, for a year or two. And then it goes away. It goes away. Then afterwards, when you start chanting, you are not feeling the same happiness what you felt from the beginning, in the beginning. This will happen. So a lot of things changes in the case of, because that happiness or experience what you experienced at that time in the beginning, Krishna has given that to keep you in the process, to keep us all in the process. Later on, Krishna withdraws everything, and then you have to start your effort. Initially, Krishna reveals it to us, gives it to us, some taste for chanting Krishna consciousness from the Bhagavatam, Bhagavad Gita, and also through meditation, chanting the holy name in that way. Once Krishna is left, withdraw that anubhuti, withdraw that realization, then you are feeling lost. That is where Krishna is saying that virahadava, that means that separation, feeling of separation. So, sometimes what happens is, highly materialistic person also, Krishna will pull him like this, and he will pull him and bring him into Krishna consciousness and give him some happiness. Great devotees have gone through this, some of them. Some great devotees, very rich people, Krishna has pulled them out from their bondage, brought them in and gave them some taste of Krishna consciousness and then left them. And many devotees, if you look, you will see there. Whether it is in Vaishnava tradition or Shaiva tradition, doesn't matter, it happens the same way. Bhakti is like that. Bhakti Krishna gives in some form, appears and gives some happiness and then pulls back from there. Manikya says about this, that he says, so many people have chanted the holy name, engaged in pranayama, all kinds of yoga sadhana, so many techniques they have tried, but can't get him still. Can't get him still. So I will use this process, or I use this method, or I'll get Krishna one way, or by chanting so much I'll get him. In thinking like this, they will engage in so many different kinds of spiritual activities. Ultimately, everything will fail. Everything will fail. Then, Manikya says there, I didn't do any sadhana. All I have done, Manikya says there, I didn't do any sadhana. All I have done is, I have told a lot of lies in this world. And also, I believe this world which is false, he says. This false world, I put my faith in this place. And I was wandering around with my false ego inside it. In the false world, with a false ego, and trying to, and talking false things to others in that way. Devotees will speak like this when they come to realized state. Not only due to their humility is there, but that is what has happened in their life. Therefore, they want to say that. They dealt with the false world, with all falsities, and with the false ego inside, till they realized, some realization came from Krishna. So, what they are saying is that so many things I have done in this world, and I put my trust and faith in so many false things in this world, and I was under the grip of my false ego as well, and this is all due to that powerful force of prarabdha in me. Prarabdha means that prarabdha was forcing me to act in a particular way. Often devotees think why they are going through all these different situations, because they become devotee and they had experienced some taste for Krishna consciousness. But then Krishna has taken away everything from him. He has lost everything. Then that is the most difficult period in spiritual life. That is when he does not know which way to turn. He has left everything, come to spiritual life, took to Krishna consciousness. In the beginning, Krishna has given them some spiritual happiness in self-realization. knowledge was given that about this identity of the body, mind, intelligence and ego, he started seeing himself separate from the body to some degree. All that has happened in his life. And then suddenly Krishna takes away all that experiences from him. And that is when he finds it very difficult. At that time, due to prarabdha, what he has to do, he will be operating, living in this world on the strength of that false ego inside. And then he has to deal with this false world as well, which is full of falsities, isn't it? So in a false world with a false ego, he has to do so many false things to survive here. And prarabdha keep on pulling that, a powerful force from inside. And even if he wants to change and move away from there, it won't allow. Because in the body, it has become a habit to do in this way. And the body has got its own habits, and mind has got its own weaknesses, and the intelligence is full of ignorance. By now, that is what has happened. That devotee is suffering because he has got his mind, which is very much affected by the different movements that is happening inside the mind. Body is giving him a different, strong identity towards the body, pulls towards some identity, its identity with the body. Mind is telling him in different disturbances, and intelligence in the form of ajnanam or avidya or ignorance is not allowing him to do anything. So all that is due to the very powerful influence of prarabdha. Prarabdha is doing all these things. So devotee should not think that I have lost everything. If the prarabdha is over, that will also go. It's not permanent. None of this is permanent. Devotees sometimes feel this difficulty at that stage. After they had the initial start in spiritual life, everything started losing one after the other. Mind is drawing one way, intelligence is drawing another direction, body is drawing in another direction, and so many other things will happen in life. And he starts seeing that there is nothing, no reciprocation from Krishna. Even the little happiness he had at the beginning of spiritual life, even that is gone. Even that is gone. So it's a very difficult situation. That is why it mentions here that when that happens, the devotee has to stick to it, because he should know that prarabdha is playing its part. Prarabdha is playing its part. How does the prarabdha play the part? Prarabdha does it like this. That it will give a lot of strength to that false ego inside. That I'll do this, I'll do. Like false ego is not only operating in the activities in the world, even in spiritual life, that false ego acts very strongly. False ego says that you do all these things and I will be alright as a devotee. I'll make it perfect happen one day. But Krishna gives enough time so that due to prarabdha, that false ego, everything disappears. When the false ego disappears, devotee will say to Krishna, all these days I have thought that you are available to me by my effort, but now I realize that effort cannot bring that to me. Bring that to me. So even so the power of that prarabdha, whatever it may be, and even if he has tasted a little bit of that mercy of Krishna and the peace inside, without going in that direction and going into that material existence, and he is in that state, he is struggling in this world. He is struggling in this world, and he finds no way to escape from that situation. It is just like the situation with a person who has jumped into the water, who doesn't know how to swim, isn't it? Water is still flowing, and how to escape from that? It's no point in saying anything because he is unable to escape from that. Water is still flowing. The only thing what can help at that time is some powerful person who has got strong hands and who knows how to swim. He comes and pulls you out from that situation. And when such a person comes up and pulls him out from that, he has taken me out of that situation. That is why. And if he pulls away, I will escape. Because even though he is pulling me, still I am not able to go with him because my taste is here still. So it is in that situation, even if somebody comes to pull us out from there, still we are unable to go because our taste is still here in this world. That is the problem. So you can see this in our own life, in spiritual life. We have all these questions all the time coming again and again in our own mind, isn't it? Why is that happening like this? Why is it happening like that? Prarabdha is so powerful that it is pulling, forcing the mind, forcing the body, forcing the intelligence and the ego to operate in this false world with that false ego and try to keep it going somehow. Prarabdha is not finished, what can be done? Vasanas are still there inside. So when all these things are happening, Jiva has no way to escape unless and until somebody strong comes and pulls him out. But when he pulls him out also, he doesn't want to go. He wants to stay here. This is the confusion inside. So that is where, when the Jiva finds no way of escaping from there, he has done everything he can, he has done his sadhana and all other ways, but he can't only sing. What he will realize that Krishna's kripa or mercy is the only thing. If it is not there, Jiva has no chance of escaping from here. Whatever yoga system, whether through the process of bhakti or jnanam or yogam, ultimately that decision is in Krishna's hands. If Krishna decides to get us out from here, he will do that. And what we decide with our intelligence, remember this, whatever we decide with our intelligence, much more powerful than that is the force of that prarabdha. If you remember that, then you won't feel disturbed over it. Often we are thinking that, oh, I made this decision, I'm going to do it. But then something happens and you feel very depressed about it, isn't it? All the time it happens. The important thing to remember here is, much more powerful than our determination and our decision-making power or the power of decision, a lot more powerful than that is the force of that prarabdha. Prarabdha will pull you back to that again, then again. And then you are completely perplexed this way or that way, which way to go. This is what's happening in everybody's case. Many times people say, oh, I like Krishna consciousness, Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavatam, so nice, everything is nice, then they go for the marriage after the next day. So why is it? It is that prarabdha. Prarabdha is not allowing that to happen. That everything is very nice, but I can't do it. So this is what that is. Prarabdha is so powerful. Your determination, your desire, your intelligence has nothing in front of the prarabdha. Until that prarabdha allows you to go, you can't come out of it. You have to stay, you have no choice there. You just have to go along with it. And you can smile and say everything nice to others, but at the end of the day, that's what happens. Prarabdha does that to us. It is so powerful that is. It's an everyday experience. All of us are going through the same thing. Is it not? So nobody can deny this. It's our practical life in this world. That how it comes in so powerfully and pulls us on. So when it is like that, unless there is intervention from Krishna's side, this jiva cannot escape. Jiva will continue like this. He will continue doing a little bit of sadhana here and there, a little bit of other spiritual activities. That's all jiva can do. Jiva cannot do anything more than that, till that intervention comes from Krishna's side. So that, and Manikavacharya says that, I have done so much nonsense in my life. He admits that. He was a famous devotee. Shiva went up to him and sat there and told him to sing, and Shiva wrote it down everything, what he was singing about. And Shiva himself presented that book written by me and sung by Manikavacharya. That's how he presented the book. So he says there, Manikavacharya is saying, I did all this in my life, but I understood ultimately, unless he pulls me out, this is not going to happen. He says there. So, Jiva cannot escape. So, who has come, whom Vedas are all addressing as the supreme truth, and all the Shruti, who is inquiring after whom they are inquiring, that personality has to come and take me out from there. In other words, unless there is Krishna's mercy, there is no escape route in this world. With all our sadhana, you will see that it does not bring any success. Sadhana is not. If that misunderstanding has to go from within, that sadhana will get it. Sadhana is not going to get it. That's the important thing. Sadhana is necessary. Why sadhana is necessary? Because only after doing sadhana a lot, you will come to know it's not possible to get it. Our aharam, false ego inside is so strong that it won't recognize this. It won't accept first. Whoever tells you, still you will think, we all think like this, oh, I'm going to make it. I'll make it. But one day, when everything fails, when you realize, I have no hope except, only then the desire for Krishna's mercy will come from within. So, unless Krishna really reveals this, the understanding of the soul, experience of the soul, nobody is going to become a jnani. Till Krishna reveals that to him. It is in Krishna's, completely in Krishna's control, everything. So, more powerful than the jiva's false ego is the Chit Shakti. The Chit Shakti from where our false ego has come, mind has come, intelligence has come, that Chit Shakti is more powerful than any of these things. That Chit Shakti is called Kripa. Chit Shakti is called Kripa. If you look into the first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, Arjuna mentions this. If you look into the 7th chapter, 23rd verse, how he says there, Arjuna puts it in another way. The same knowledge is spoken by devotees in different ways. First canto, 7th chapter. Verse 23, 1:7:23. Ashwatthama has come and killed Draupadi's children, and Arjuna wants to destroy the ego of Ashwatthama. You know that story in the Bhagavatam. It is there in the Mahabharata also. So there you can see Arjuna is saying that Krishna Krishna Mahabaho. 22nd. Bhaktanam abhayam kara tvamego dahyamananam abhavargosi samsrate. That Krishna is saying to Arjuna is saying to Krishna. And there he mentions Tomadya Purusha Sakshal Ishvara Pragrade Paraha Mayam Vidasya Chitshaktya Kaivalye Sthita Atmani. Mayam Vidasya Chitshaktya Kaivalye Sthita Atmani. So here, saying to Krishna, Toma Adya Purusha means the first person, and Sakshat Ishvara, supreme controller, and you are separate from Prakriti, Para. Prakriti, Para, beyond the material nature. Addressing Krishna says, what do you do? Through your Chit Shakti, you create the Maya, and then you stay in the platform of the soul. See that Mayam Vidasya Chit Shaktya Kaivalye Sthidam Atmani. So that is the way to get the release. That Chit Shakti, Mayam Vidasya Chit Shaktya Kaivalye Sthidam Atmani. In other words, through Chit Shakti, Maya has come. Maya has also come from the Chit Shakti. And then, unaffected by the Maya, you are able to stay in Chit Shakti. So in our individual case also, living entity's case also, so long as we are under the grip of Maya, we will have to experience the miseries of Maya. Till we move into Chit Shakti and situate in the platform of the soul, Kaivalya Sthidam Atmani. That means being situated on the platform of the soul is called Kaivalya or liberation. Freedom from the influence of Maya. That is necessary. That's what it's saying there. Tomadya Purusha Sakshal Ishvara Prakriti Para Mayam Vidasya Chit Shaktya Kaivalye Sthidam Atmani. Next verse. Sa eva jiva logasya Maya mohita chetasaha Vidharse svena vidyana shreyo dhamadi lakshanam. He says here, Sa eva jiva logasya, the whole jiva lokam, all living entities are under the influence of Maya. Under the influence of Maya. Maya mohita chetasa. They are all under the influence of Maya. And Vidhalse Senamiyena Shaya Dharmadi Lakshanam. But for that jiva, if Krishna gives them dharmam, artham, kamam, moksham, or the purushartham gives to them. But always they are under the influence of Maya, says there in that. So here you can see that this Maya, which is three modes of material nature, Sattvam, Rajas and Tamas, how was it removed from there? Initially, Jiva puts a lot of effort into it to get rid of the Maya. People inquire. First they study the three modes of material nature, and then they say that, oh, we will avoid the association with passion and ignorance. I'll stay in the mood of goodness. So, on a theoretical level, we will understand the three modes of material nature. Little goes inside. Little by little, it goes inside. So there is a little effort from the devotee side. Then later on you will notice that a powerful force that comes from within, which is more powerful than our effort, comes from inside, and whatever weaknesses this jiva is trying to overcome, it takes away all that weaknesses and ultimately takes away the false ego itself. It swallows the whole thing. Because when we try with our false ego to fight against this modes of material nature, eventually we will realize that it's not working. And then Sharanagati, surrender happens. It is at that time that this powerful force that comes from the Chit Shakti, it also comes from the Chit Shakti, and that force, whatever weaknesses we are trying to overcome, all that weaknesses it takes away, including our false ego, and it starts making us realize that I have nothing to do with all these weaknesses or all the influence of the matter or Maya, and that Chit Shakti goes back. This is how Chit Shakti operates. Chit Shakti's power is like that. So, in that state, what it does is, it will only reveal the truth in such a way, that means when that Chit Shakti flows from inside, what the Chit Shakti does is, it breaks our identity with the body, identity with the mind. In other words, self-realization happens in this way, that it has to come from within, not from outside. This is the most important thing. Sadhana and all our understanding in spiritual life is very much thing what has to happen from within. Chit Shakti doesn't come from outside. Externally you can't do anything. We'll come to that understanding one point. Externally you can't do anything, it has to happen from within. Like Arjuna was saying there. So, and what happens is, when that realization happens, that I have no identification with the body, mind, intelligence or ego, I am fully free, when you feel that, that Chit Shakti goes back to its own place where it came from. That force, that which comes from the Chit Shakti, is called Krishna's mercy or Kripa. That is what it is called. So many different ways it is explained, that's all. Basically it is Krishna's Kripa. Yogis calls it as Chit Shakti. Devotees calls it as Kripa. That's all. Yogis, they address it as Chit Shakti. And Jnanis also, devotees call it as Kripa. So that Kripa Shakti or the power of that mercy will pull and give the experience of Krishna at that time. Then things get a lot easier. Because he says there, I didn't perform any austerities or penances. And many people who have performed a lot of, you can see when you go to many holy places, especially in the high up in Himalayas, many yogis who have left everything from home, come to practice yoga process in the Himalayas, and they find an ideal place for their spiritual activities. For years and years, giving up all kinds of sense pleasure, sense enjoyment, they were absorbed in the spiritual activities, and still they are not getting it, and that desperation in their face you can see, because Krishna's Kripa hasn't come. So till that happens, why Manikavagara says, why he has shown mercy to me, I don't know. Don't ask me that question. I have no answer for that. Because what I have seen is, this is devotee's way of thinking. Devotees will always know this, that it is not they who have done it. It's a very difficult conclusion to come to because we are so used to thinking that everything we are doing it. To get that ego from inside, only after self-realization, personality, like Manikavacana says, I've been wondering that so many others who have done so much upasana and sadhana, everything in their life, chanted, japam, and performed so much austerities and penances, whereas what was I doing? I was only doing one thing in the false world with the false ego, doing all kinds of false things. I had no qualification for anything, but His Kripa, mercy has come and pulled me out forcefully from this and gave me some realizations of that. He says like that. Manikavacana says like that. So you can see here, Krishna's Kripa, mercy is such a powerful force. It is the most powerful force in spiritual life. That is why out of three kinds of Sakshatkaram, realization, Kripa Sakshatkaram is given the highest position. You remember Sadhana Siddha, Nitya Siddha, Kripa Siddha. Three kinds of Siddhas, we call it, isn't it? Devotees realizes three different ways. Through Sadhana, through Kripa, and through Sadhana Nitya Siddha. Those who are permanently in the self-realized state, already reached that state. Eternally they are always in that state, Nitya Siddhas. But ordinary people, they have these two options, Sadhana Siddha or Kripa Siddha. But all of them ultimately is Kripa Siddha. Kripa is the force behind it. That is what Gopi Sir is also saying. He says, I cannot give an explanation, Manikavacana says, why I was given this. I don't have an explanation to give. Krishna has pulled me, Shiva has pulled me out from this situation. So, I didn't perform any austerities or penances. He himself got inside me and made my life in such a way that I got completely disgusted with this life. That has to happen first, isn't it? You have to get disgusted with this life, and then he gave me that experience of the higher life, spiritual life. So, I didn't have to practice Vairagyam, he says. No, I didn't have to go through any effort to practice Vairagyam in my life, he says like that. So that is the Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam Adharameva. In a natural way, Vairagyam came to me. I didn't have to go looking for Vairagyam. Gopis are saying the same thing here. Adharavira Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam. In the 14th verse you will see Suragavartanam Shoganashanam Suridavenuna Sushtu Chumbidam Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam Vidaravira Naste Adharamatam. Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam. Gopis are going to say this later on. That Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam, that once you have some experience or some realizations of Krishna's Kripa, Krishna's mercy, without any effort, Vairagyam will come. Without any effort, Vairagyam will come. That is what that word means. Itararaga Vismaranam Ranam. Itararaga means attachment to all other things in this world that has gone. Vismaranam Ranam. It has gone away from us. And everything else is, if you get that little realization from Krishna, then everything else is very small. It's very, very small. It has no much of a strength. And little by little, the world will leave you. The world will. You don't have to leave the world. The world will leave you at that stage. At that stage. So, it is like this. That is when Krishna eventually saves the devotee, giving that finally that realization of the soul. When he gets that, he feels he has escaped from here. So initially, first Krishna gives a little realization and then leave him in the world to suffer. And then he has to suffer through this world, struggle with this false ego and finish up all this prarabdha in this world. And if there is still some false ego still inside him, and Krishna will make sure that something happens in life, that false ego also goes away from him. So, Anubhuti, that realization, and finally Krishna gives that, with that he gets released from this bodily miseries of birth, death, old age and disease, everything goes away. So, if you look at this way, and Monica mentions that I got the ownership, he says there. Just like when the demons, after the churning the milk ocean, when the demons, when they stole the nectar from there, in the same way, there is certain durvasana, bad vasanas within us. And even at that time, when there is a little bit of happiness in spiritual life, we will still try to exploit this world in some way. We will try to exploit this world in some way. So that is the same thing that happens here. That with all the, when we get that spiritual taste first time, we still, and Krishna leaves us that taste first time as a devotee, then that taste is withdrawn. Naturally, what do? We go back to the world and try to exploit the world again. How to become happy ourselves in this world. So, in that process also, even if you get some anubhuti means these realizations, you will still find that it is worthwhile pursuing the spiritual life. But when you lose that anubhuti or that realization, it is at that time the devotee starts crying. All his suffering starts. And he starts praying to Krishna at that time, who else is there to give me the shelter? You have left me like this. And that is the same situation gopis are crying here. They have inquired in the whole of the forest, and it is darkness everywhere. We have seen that. In the Aranyakam, they have inquired, there is also darkness. And when they looked inside, that's also darkness. Outside is darkness, inside also it is darkness. So, spiritual life is like that. We will do a lot of things, we will inquire everywhere, nothing is working. And inside also you don't know what to do, next step, which way to go. So the darkness outside, darkness inside as well. So, and that is what in the Western philosophy also they call it as the dark night of the soul. They mention that state. So, something that is blocking self-realization at that stage. So, nothing is there. False ego has gone there, and also the bad vasanas, durvasanas it is called. There is nothing serious left behind. Most of the vasanas have gone away from inside. But still there is a state when one goes through a kind of dullness, a dull state. So that's the way gopis are saying that they come to go Punapulinamagatya. You will see there in the 45th verse, last chapter, last verse. Punapulinamagatya kalindya Krishna bhavanaha samaveda jago Krishnam tadagamanakamshiraha. At that time the only choice left for the gopis was to sit and wait and see what will happen. So that is why they call Krishna here as Rishabha. We can see there that Jayadidetigam Janmanam Praja Shraidamindira Shashwada Prahi Daitadrishyadam Vikshudavara Swaidadasavaswam Vichinvane Sharadudasvaye Shadujada Sarasijodara Shri Mushadrisha Suradanadhave Shulkadasiya Vardanignadho Nehakim Madham. Then in the last third verse, Vishajalapayan Vyala Rakshasal Varshamarudad Vaidyanalad Vrishamayalmaja Vishado Bhaya Hrishabha Te Vayam Rakshidamaho. The word they have used the word Hrishabha. Hrishabha means here in Vedam there is also another meaning of that word. Hrishabha means Brahman. Brahman is also another word, Dharmam. All these things are Hrishabha. And you have protected us in so many different situations. And so here, Vishajalapayan Vyala Rakshasal Varshamarudad Vaidyanalad. So in that state, when talking about Bhakti Sadhana, one Acharya says like this, that Bhakti will create a Bhava Bandham or a relationship with Krishna. Because that is what we don't have. Normally our Bandham, in our Bhava, in our inside our connection in this world is normally to other family members and friends in that way, depending on the strength of that connection, isn't it? So connection with the wife, husband, parents, children, this is our bandham. And we will have some bandham, whether good or bad. Bhagavatam is saying some bandham, some connection like that with Krishna is also necessary in the same way. Otherwise it's not possible. You can't have a relationship with Krishna totally in a broken state. In other words, that either in a good way or in a bad way, relationship should be there with Krishna. It's not something that you can go on doing forever, because even in the family life, because there is a relationship, there is interaction happening. So in order that interaction to happen, it is important that there must be some relationship with Krishna. Some way, the devotee has to have a relationship with Krishna. The only thing what should not happen with Krishna is that indifferent nature. You are God, I am here. You stay where you are, I stay here. We don't have any connection. I am coming to you. I'll do everything what I have been told. More than that, I don't want any more close to you. That is Udasinam. Udasinam means no relationship. Relationship is necessary. Normally, bhavabandham it is called. Bhav means some bhav, either it's a husband or a wife or a father or a mother or a brother or a sister, or some way, some relationship is necessary with Krishna also. The other one it is called Udasinam. Udasinam means feeling no connection with Krishna anyway. Normally, all of us have our relationship with Krishna is Udasinam. Udasinam, because we don't know, we have not met him yet. So we are thinking, what relationship can I have? That will be the question. So, but when we are in distress, serious distress, when we know that we can't turn anywhere else in this world, where do our attention goes to Krishna, isn't it? That's where we know that that's the only place where you can get shelter. Nobody else can give you any shelter. If a situation develops like that, for example, when you find difficulty with your body, health goes away, and you find that no doctors can do anything, no relations can help you at that stage, and you feel that helplessness comes in life, that time you go to Krishna. You go to Krishna, isn't it? So, normally, when we get distressed, what do? We talk to our members of the family or other people whom you know, and but we never talk to Krishna at that time. So, at least at that time, we have to realize that developing relationship with Krishna is important. That Vedavyasa Maharshi did that. When he had a problem, he looked inwards and he spoke to Antaryami inside. And Antaryami gave the answer to Vedavyasa that your unhappiness is only because of this, that you did not glorify Krishna in Mahabharata properly. And then confirmation came through Narada Maharshi later. Is it not? So, in the same way, many people will talk, devotees who are advanced, they have learned this technique of dealing with the Antaryami inside. They have developed that technique. So, and actually, initially he doesn't say anything. He is not saying anything. Actually, he is the best listener. He listens. He doesn't straight away come out and start saying no. He listens to everything. And so, so that is why he is listening. He is listening everything. And that listening itself is a healing. And Krishna is listening itself a healing. So normally when we take our problems to someone else in this world, you can see, if without much of a chittavritti, if you give some attention to that, you can see that people who really listens to your problems is nobody. Nobody actually listens to all the problems here. When you are saying your problems, he is going to start to talk about his problems as soon as we finish. And that's how it is. It is wrong to think that when you are saying everything he is listening, only 10% will be going in to the other persons here. Because he is only waiting. So when you finish, he can start telling you his problems. So this is the situation here. Most of us are in that state. But Krishna is not like that. Krishna is listening everything what you are saying. That is the beauty of Krishna's response. So you can look at this. When two people are talking to each other, you can observe this. Till one is waiting for the other person to stop. As soon as he stops, the next person will start. So, and the two people, what they are talking to each other, will not have any relationship also. They will be talking two different things. One will be saying one thing, the other person will be saying something else. So, and you may not be giving any answer to his problems because he can't do anything about it. So that is why. But so in order to that this relationship with Krishna is to develop, everything what is happening in our own life, you have to connect that with Krishna, Krishna's mercy. And only if you start thinking like that, this bandham will start with Krishna. You shouldn't think that everything is happening, that's my business, Krishna has nothing to do with it. It's happening on my own, everything I'm managing. Krishna doesn't have to worry about that, I'm managing myself. No, bhakti is like that. Everything that's happening in life, whether good or bad, in everything to bring Krishna into it. That is the system, like the gopis have done here. Only in that case, a relationship will build up with Krishna. It is not a weakness. That is the way bhakti develops in the heart. Every great devotees you will see that they will always see in connection with Krishna everything. Whatever activities they do in this world, they will see through Krishna's mercy everything. You can look at any great devotee, they will only see in that. So, in order that bandham, that relationship to build up with Krishna, everything, when we only acknowledges that it is only Krishna's mercy that these things have happened in life. And you can look at this way also, that when disturbances or distress comes in life, if you take Krishna's shelter, and that is what Krishna likes, that taking shelter at that time. Krishna doesn't want business with him. Vyavaharam he doesn't like. He likes ashrayam. Ashrayam is shelter. Vyavaharam is business. If you do business with Krishna, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. What he likes is ashrayam, shelter. That's why 12th canto is ashrayam, isn't it? 12th canto Bhagavatam is ashrayam. Nirodho muktira ashraya. Ashrayam or shelter is the 12th canto. Why? That is what Krishna wants from us, shelter. So, Krishna is not good for Vyavaharam. Krishna is not good for Vyavaharam. And world is not good for shelter. If we understand, accept that, the world is not good for shelter, Krishna is not good for Vyavaharam. Krishna is Satyam, the truth. Satyavastu, that means Krishna, is meant for shelter. And Anityavastu, the world, is meant for Vyavaharam. Vyavaharam means for conducting business or transactions. World, we have to do business, transactions in this world, but not for shelter. Shelter should always be with Krishna. This is the important point coming from the Gopis' conclusions, that Gopis are saying that to us, that shelter always in Krishna. And business transactions, whatever you have to do to maintain this body in the world, that you can do. Vyavaharam is, but what normally happens now, Vyavaharam with Krishna and shelter in the world. This is what is most of the time happens to us, all of us, isn't it? Our Vyavaharam is with Krishna and shelter is in the world. We have so much faith in this world, everything is world will care for us and in all the systems what we have created. But that has to change. There is no other way. Only if all these things are followed, bhakti will develop in the heart. Otherwise, how can bhakti, we sit and talk about bhakti won't come. Bhakti has to happen. Bhakti develops in this way. We have to look at these older devotees, how they did in their life and how they got through, how they developed bhakti in their heart. So, therefore, in Srimad Bhagavatam, it comes at the very end, after even talking about liberation in the 11th canto. Ekadasha Skandam is Mukti, isn't it? Mukti Skandam is another name for Ekadasha Skandam. So, after all that, Ekadasha Skandam is spoken, then Krishna, Vedavyasa is talking about liberty, ashrayam, shelter. So, in Srimad Bhagavatam, even after liberation, is there something to be done? That is ashrayam, that is bhakti. That bhakti is not the bhakti what we are doing in this world at the moment. This bhakti, what is spoken in Srimad Bhagavatam is, after liberation, is there something to be done? Yes. Sudha Goswami says here, yes, it is to be done. What is that? Ashrayam, shelter, Krishna shelter. So, Krishna's shelter. Nirodho Muktika Ashraya. Mukti is the Canto 11, isn't it? Ekadasaskandam is liberation. After liberation, there is the next thing is Ashrayam. So, Vyavaharam Dasham. In Vyavaharam stage, we are living in this world, and at that time we have to take Krishna shelter. Ashrayam means what? Shelter means everything is moving under Krishna's direction, isn't it? I am not there. Krishna is moving everything. Krishna is moving this body, Krishna is moving the mind, Krishna is moving the intelligence, Krishna is moving everything. Under Krishna's direction, everything is happening. Little by little, this understanding has to grow inside. That Krishna is the force behind everything. And when that force becomes powerful, Krishna is saying like this, that our individual ego will automatically move away from there. It moves the place for Krishna to occupy there. So this shelter for extroverted life, that means for the life in this world, is a shelter. And for the life in this world, it is a shelter. Krishna is a shelter. And for the life inside us, it is the Alpanishta. Alpanishta means that to accept this, that my spiritual life is important in relationship with the soul. That means cultivating spiritual knowledge and self-realization, giving importance to that. Inside jnanam, outside bhakti. Bhakti outside. While dealing with the world, thinking that the world is only good enough for Vyavaharam. And take Krishna's shelter in all the Vyavaharams and conduct the Vyavaharam in this world in such a way. Inside, same time, cultivating the knowledge of the soul and spiritual life properly with the proper understanding that Antaryami inside is Krishna and realizing that relationship with the Antaryami. So, Atmanabhuti, that is what I'm saying. So, how will one do Loka Vyavaharam if it is like that? There are so many different Vyavaharam we have to do in this world, isn't it? Whichever way Krishna is engaging us, accept it. Whatever Krishna has given, be satisfied with that. Not to feel it that it is such an important. And remember at that time, even the thoughts what we come in our mind, even the decisions what we make in the world, we were surrendered devotee things, Krishna is bringing that thoughts, Krishna is making that decision. To that degree, one has to, and to hand over everything to Krishna in that way, and to be free about everything. So, but whichever way Krishna moves around, in that way we have to move. In other words, to give up the idea that I am doing everything. This kartrutva nasham is the most difficult thing in spiritual life, that I am the doer. And the doer is a very powerful force. And for that, Krishna initially gave the idea in the Bhagavad Gita's Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga was given for that purpose. Kartrutva nashaya is Karma Yoga. To get rid of that kartrutvam from inside. Isn't it? So, if this ashrayam, this is what is called ashrayam. Ashrayam means shelter. If that ashrayam is there, then bhakti will develop very well. Bhakti will develop very well. So, little things even in life, if we start connecting that with Krishna, that Krishna has decided to do that, and that's what I have done. So, and all difficulties, if we are being protected, feeling gratitude and realizing that Krishna has done that. So many disturbances have come, distress has come in life, all that situations, Vishajala, Paya, Vyala, Rakshasal, Varshamaruda, Vaidida, Anala, Vishamayal, Naja, Vishado, Bhayam, Krishabadevayam, Rikshidamahu. Krishna has protected us, gopis are saying like that. Isn't it? But what will the intelligence say? Normally, that's where the problem comes. Whenever we had some things happen, we were protected from some serious danger in life. And that time what normally happens is, intelligence will come and give a scientific explanation to everything. The science will start working at that time. That's how it happens. And we will go and take the ownership of all that. See how intelligent I am, how I did things and everything worked out very well. This is the problem. This is not conducive for bhakti. Bhakti cannot develop in that. This is all, that's why intelligence will damage you, mind will give you trouble, it will not allow you to surrender to Krishna. It will not allow you to surrender to Krishna. So that is why scientific explanation it will give and it will cheat you at that time. So when that scientific explanation comes, you will start thinking, yes, it's correct. You start thinking like that. And bhakti will go at the same time. So shelter again will go back to the false ego. Again it will go back to the false ego. On the other hand, in bhakti process, there is no explanation to anything. There is only one explanation. It is Krishna's mercy, Kripa, nothing else. How did it all happen? Krishna's Kripa. There is no other answer to that. How did we escape from all these things? Gopis are saying Krishna's Kripa. Through Kripa, Krishna has protected us. That is their surrender. Like this, smaller things, Gopis have started talking in this way and remembering about the mercy what Krishna has shown to them. So, that's why it mentions there, Krishabhave Vayam Rekshidamuhu. Rekshidamuhu. That means that this is the only way that he says in here that Yogakshema Shakti of Krishna's Yogam and Kshemam, that power they have started directly experiencing in this way. And Krishna who has protected them, quite often when we read this 10th canto, many people think about Krishna in a different way. They think Krishna is like a hero standing there, always ready to protect the gopis, and like Robin Hood or something like that. That is not what Bhagavad is talking about. Bhagavad is talking about that ordinary people like the gopis, when they have purified themselves due to their association with Krishna, they have started seeing Krishna's influence in everything in their daily life. That is the first thing in bhakti process. Day-to-day life being connected with Krishna in everything. To recognize and to accept it that it is Krishna's hands in everything. That is the beginning of bhakti. And never to give any importance that when something happens well, to think that, oh, it is my intelligence, I planned well, that's why it has happened. That's not bhakti. That intelligence will come and cheat you there. And it will not allow the bhakti to develop in the heart. So, gopis are saying here, they are saying to him, you are not the son of Yashoda Devi. Nakhalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan. And you are only Akhila Dehinam Andar Alma Drika. We are thinking like this, we have taken your shelter. Think about this. In all these verses, from now on, gopis are addressing Krishna as the soul inside. As the soul inside. And as the Supreme Personality. And so many ways gopis have addressed Krishna is an indication that gopis had realization. Otherwise they couldn't speak like that. They have surrendered, their bhakti was there, and Krishna has given them the realization. As Antaryami, Alma, so many addresses they have already given to Krishna. As Antaryami, Paramatma, Alma, so many ways. So, even though this rasa dance is Shringaram, Shringaram means conjugal relationship, and you can see all of them is in no state the glory of Krishna. Krishna's position is never forgotten. Even when the gopis are glorifying Krishna and there is conjugal love relationship with Krishna, still they won't forget what is Krishna's position there. That you cannot do that under any circumstances. That is the way it is. Because even though gopis are singing in Gopiya Geetam, glorifying Krishna, all the happiness and the relationship was a conjugal relationship with Krishna, still Krishna's position as the source, from there all the protection is coming. That kripa, that mercy, they have not forgotten. They keep reminding that again and again. Only then all this will make some sense. So, they're mentioning here, even though all these things are going on, they're still saying, in all living entities, situated within the heart as the soul, as pure awareness, that's you. They have not left that behind. Have you noticed that? Because you can imagine, out of the 5 different mellows, Shandam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Vatsalyam, Madhuryam. Madhurya Rasam is a very rare thing, isn't it? Most of the devotees fall into Shandam, Dasyam, Sakhyam, Vatsalyam. Many other devotees, if you take, you will see, they are all in the other 4. Madhurya Bhavam is a very rare thing. It's a very exceptional thing. Like gopis had. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu had Madhurya Bhava, Madhurya Bhakti towards Krishna. But seeing that if we all think we'll only go for that, it's not going to work like that. It doesn't happen because we want the best. So anyway, Madhurya Bhavam is a very exceptional thing. And it is quite possible in Madhurya Bhavam the relationship is like that you may not value anymore, Krishna is not anymore the super soul, Paramatma, or Atma inside. That can easily happen. But in Gopi's case you can see, while all this conjugal relationship is existing with Krishna, still they have not left that understanding that what they are mentioning here, Nakalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andar Atmadrik. That you are not the son of Yashoda Devi, rather you are the soul in everyone. So this you will see that Nakalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andar Atmadrik. Vaishnavas will say like this, that you are behaving like this without heart because you are not Yashoda's son. Because Alma, self-realization happens. That when self-realization happens, people will start thinking, oh, you are acting without any attachment. You are acting without any attachment. So it's like in Nindastudi. Nindastudi means that they will say like this, that you have realized self-realized, therefore you have no attachment here to any of us. Sometimes people will speak like that. But it is spoken not in a insulting way. They are glorifying the devotee. Because you have developed the proper understanding of life, that you are able to, even though you are not showing any affection or feeling for others in this world. All these are important things in bhakti. Why? Because you know that the problem is, in many instances, we have to deal with the world. Is it not? We have to deal with the world. And in this world, many people have come as our family members, relations, these friends, and so many different ways. So many people have come and made contact with us in this life. It is only due to previous lifetimes we may have some accounts to settle with them. That's why they have come in this life, in these relationships. So when that is happening, then it is quite possible in some states that people will not be very happy that when you behave in a spiritual way. They'll feel that you have abandoned them or you are not showing any consideration for them. So what gopis are saying here is that Nakalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andar Atmadrik. Without losing that understanding of our actual relationship with Krishna, we have to learn to conduct the business in this world with others. That means no attachment to the world, attachment to Krishna, business with the world. That's the only way it will work. Whereas if we get involved in the world emotionally and try to think that world is, I'm also part of this world, if you start thinking like that, neither spiritual life will work properly, nor your material life will go properly. Both will fail. Once you come to spiritual life, that's what Krishna says here, that they will mention in this way, Nakalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan. Gopis are saying, in spite of all this rasa dance is going on, this conjugal relationship is going on, inside the knowledge, Krishna is the soul inside, that realization is always there. Akhila Dehinam Andaral Padrak, that relationship is important because ultimately that is what it is going to be. The business in this world will finish one day. We have to go. Is it not? We are not going to be here all the time. It's a question of time. We will be gone from here. Then what? After that? It is then that gopis are saying that that relationship is the permanent relationship. This relationship is the temporary one. The connection with the world is the temporary one. The connection with Krishna is the permanent one. Therefore, Nakalu Gopiya Nandano Bhavan Akhila Dehinam Andaratmadrik. That Andaryami Paramatma, the Drik who is seeing everything, that connection with them is the permanent connection, not the one with the world. So people say that when in devotees' life all these are difficulties because people will say that, oh, you don't care for, once you have taken the Krishna consciousness, first thing that's what happens. All relatives will abandon you. He has no time for us anymore. They'll make this statement openly and they'll get a pleasure out of it saying that. And whereas if you go with them every weekend and spend the whole day with them talking all the gossiping there, they are very happy with you, what you have done for them. So here it is saying thing that therefore they'll say like that, you have no love for us, you don't like us anymore, that's why you don't come, and things like that, that's why you've gone away. So here Gopis are saying to Krishna, you didn't come to this world because demigods have asked you to come. That's not why you have come here. Because you have come here, what we understand is that yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuthanam adharmasya tadalmanam srajamyaham. That you have come down to this world that to make your words true. Like in the Bhagavad Gita Krishna is saying, isn't it? So, but we have not misunderstood that you are not the son of Devaki Devi, but Akila Dehinam Andar Alpandrik. We have the knowledge, Gopis are saying to Krishna. We have got the knowledge, don't think you are just stupid. We have the knowledge that you are the person who is present in everyone, within everyone. Saying like this, Gopis, how did these Gopis get this knowledge? In Ekadasha Skandam, Krishna will mention this to Uddhava about the Gopis, that they got through Satsangam. Through Satsangam, Gopis got that understanding that Krishna is the soul of everyone. It's a big realization. Of course, it's Krishna's association with Krishna decided that that is why in the Ekadasha Skandam you will see. So, how Krishna puts that, the most confidential thing I will tell you, Uddhava, he says to Uddhava like this. What is that? And it is the easiest thing as well, and therefore I can tell you, but if I tell you this, nobody will believe it, he says. Therefore, that confidential thing, what he is saying is that it will not get that by sadhana. It will not get by sadhana, or by knowledge, or by any austerities or penances. And that you will get with satsangam. Who says this? Krishna is saying this to Uddhava by hearing process, Shravanam. So, satsangam means generally not in the way that as a lecture or a class, not in that sense it is spoken. That Swayam, when we develop some realization of the Sat in the assembly of others, that can happen any time, and it can happen through hearing Bhagavad Gita or Srimad Bhagavatam, or through somebody's personal association. But more important than anything else is that yesterday what we discussed, that Sannidhi. What Sannidhi means, that experience of Krishna. Sakhe Darshaya Sannidhim, mentioned in Radharani, isn't it? So they mentioned that, show us that mercy to us. So presence is more important. Presence is given more importance than seeing with the eyes of Krishna. That's why if you look into Ekadasha Skandam, you will see there how Krishna puts that in the 12th chapter. He mentions there that in the 12th chapter, Krishna is, that whole chapter is about Satsangam, isn't it? Whole chapter is about Satsangam. There he says that Dharmo Rajastano Hanyal, verse. No, sorry, yeah. Satsangene hi, third verse. Satsangene hi daideyo yadudhana mrgaha khagaha gandalva apsaraso naga siddha charana mukhyagaha. Somehow the other, it looks that you can see there, Krishna saying, it's not only human species they have escaped through Satsanga. Not only human species, even from other categories, like all he mentions there. Satsangena hi daiteyaha, asuras, demons, rakshasas, animals, birds, gandharvas, apsaras, nagas, siddhas, charanas, guharas, vidyadharas, among men, human species, vaishyas, shudras, women, andyajaha. Andyaja means Brahma who are lost, fallen Brahmanas in that way. Then Rajasthala Prakrutayas Tasmin Yuge Anaghaha. Those who are under the lower modes of material nature and different times, they have also escaped. Brihavo malpadam prapta tvashtra kayadhavadayaha Vrishavarva belir banu mayaschatha vibhishanaha Sugrivo hanuman vriksho gajo gridro vanikpadhaha Vyadhaha, Vyadha, Dharma Vyadha. Krishna is mentioning that. Vyadhaha, Kubjaha, Vraje, Gopyo, Yajnavarni, Tadhavare. Everybody is included in that, isn't it? You can see who all, of course, we don't know about Vidyadharas, we haven't seen Vidyadharas, but we have seen Vaishyas and Shudras and Stris, isn't it? Women, we have seen enough. Krishna has mentioned that they have also gone from this world, escaped from this world to Satsanga. That is why Vidyadhara Manusheshu Vaishya Shudrastriyaha Andyajaha Rajastama Prakritaya Tasmin Yuge Anakaha Bahavo Malpadam Prapta Twashtra Kayadhavadaya Twashtra Kayadhavadaya Kayadhava is Prahlada Kayadhavadaya Twashtra is Utrasura. Asura, he was an Asura. He escaped. Prahlada, he escaped from here. Kayadhavadaya, Dushavava, he escaped. Mahabali escaped. Baman, a big demon, he escaped from here. Mayashchada Vibhishanaha. Maya is another demon who has escaped. Vibhishana, also from Rakshasa family, escaped from here. Sugriva, monkey, escaped from here. Hanuman, monkey again, escaped from here. Vriksho, Gajo, Gridro, Vanikpadaha. Jambavan, Gaja, elephant, Gokulam, elephant. Elephant has escaped. Gridra, and that is Jadayu, the eagle. And Vanikpadaha, that Tuladharan, he was a businessman. Tuladharan. And Vyadha, Dharma Vyadha, he escaped. Kubja, she was a. What has Kubja done? If you look into Bhagavatam, you will see what did Kubja do? All Kubja did was, Krishna and Balaram was going to see Kamsa, and Kubja was carrying the, what do they call the sandalwood and all the other perfumes for Kamsa. She was taking that. And when Kubja saw Krishna and Balaram, got attracted by the beauty. Krishna goes to her and calls her, "Oh Sundari, how beautiful you are," she says to her. And so Kubja was so ugly looking in the sense that she had bends all over her body, and Krishna straightened it up. And then Kubja says, inviting Krishna to her house. In the Bhagavatam you will see that. Kubja also escaped, Krishna is saying, from here. So why all these names here? The reason is to show to us that if you can't do anything, any sadhana, easier process is always the Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita Satsangam, where is a much easier process. There is no effort required. Aham Mukti is not there, that I am doing something. Everything else is time consuming and it's also very demanding, isn't it? We will chant for many years. Afterwards you will also find it's not going anywhere. The train is come to a full stop. Spiritual life. You will feel that. That's when your attention will go to other things in this world. You will start thinking, let me do this thing, let me do that thing, give it a try of this. So many other plans will start from that. And that will move away from the spiritual track and move into other things as well. That's why he says here, Shri Bhagavan Vaja, Krishna is saying to Uddhava, Narodhe Nivam Yogo, Na Sankhyan Dharma Yavaja. Begins the chapter like this. Na Swadhyaya Tapasyagam Ishtabhotam Dakshina. Pradani Chandam se Kirtani Mayama Yadhavarum de Salsangam Sarvasangapaho Himam. He glorifies Salsangam in such a way, and this question will come always that what has Sugriva done? Sugriva happened to meet Ramchandra at the door, and that too out of Hanuman's arrangement. He arranged that and met with Ramchandra, and he said, and because Ramchandra got killed his problem, sorted out his problem first, Bali was killed, isn't it? Therefore, in return, Sugriva said, I'll do all this for you. Sugriva was not a great devotee of Trunamba, unlike Anjaya Swami. And one was a devotee, isn't it? Sugriva was not a devotee. He always had his own ideas. He used to work in that way. But because association with Anjani Hanuman, association with Rama and Lakshmana, Sugriva also escaped from here. And all those who are all listed there, Gajam, elephant, Gajendra story, Gridra, Jadayu story, Vanipadaha, Vyadha, Kubja, Gopis, Yajnavatnis, Tathapare, he says here. And then he says, Tena Aniva Shubhiganaha, Nova Asira Mahatamaha, Avrada Taptadavasaha, Salsangama Upagadaha. That Salsangam's beauty, Krishna is never happy talking about it. Krishna considers that this Salsangam as the best opportunity to easily escape from this material world, material existence. That's why he says there that after saying this, he says to him that here that sadhana and all is important, but sadhana will lead you to this realization that sadhana cannot take you back to the truth. Take you back to the truth. So, so all these things, Shishru, Shubhi, Tarshanal, that Yogam, Sangyam, Krishna mentions there, Yogam, Sangyam, even what you cannot achieve through that can be got through Salsangam. Krishna says, Sadhu Sangam, they give the example, just like a garland is lying on your neck, and that garland you have lost somewhere, and you are searching for that. Somebody points it out to you, it's in your neck. And when you find it, you find happiness. How you have found it, got it back, isn't it? Similarly, all that happens in Salsangam is when you continuously hear about the soul from Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, what happens is you constantly, your attention suddenly goes inwards, looking for that, and you realize that the thing what you are looking for is already inside you. It's not to come from outside, it's already there inside. That will happen in Salsangam. That is what Krishna is mentioning there. Nowhere else it can happen, he says, because it is like they give the example like this, the garland in the neck. You have lost it, not garland, the chain in the neck. You have lost it, you are searching everywhere, gold chain. And then suddenly somebody points out, it's on your neck, what are you looking for? Then how you feel happy about it? In the same way, what Prahlada also says the same thing. Almatwal sarvabodhanam siddhatwaliha sarvada. So he has already got it something, what you have got. In Salsangam, what happens is, your attention is taken to that direction. Attention towards the soul. Constantly hearing about the soul is the only way to get attracted to the soul. There is no other easy method than that. Sadhana and all is, it is necessary because our false ego won't allow. In order that Chakravarti stops and false ego comes to understand that by sadhana I can't get it. That understanding must happen from there. So, person who is hearing that, immediately Shishoshubi Talshanal, in the Bhagavatam it mentions like that. So he will experience that. As soon as he gets it, he will know that he has got it. And that experience is called in the Shastram as Pratyabhinya. Pratyabhinya it is called. So immediately it happened. In other words, when one is mature, well enough, at that time by Krishna's arrangement, when the transcendental knowledge is transmitted, immediately it will hit at the right spot. It will hit at the right spot. So that is the greatness of the Salsangam. So here Krishna is saying that all other processes, if cannot have the same impact like Salsangam. Why? Example, Parishit himself. Parishit was very pakvam, very matured for Shravanam process, isn't it? Parishit is the example given for Shravanam. Bhagavatam process is Shravanam. Shravanam is the Bhagavatam process. Simply by hearing, Parishit, all other sadhana, Parishit has not tried, did he? Parishit was not doing anything. No sadhana Parishit was doing. And even when he came to give up his body, last 7 days what he has got, some people came up with the idea, what sadhana we should ask Parishit to do. Shukabrahmashi told him, no sadhana for Parishit. Parishit will just sit there and I will talk and he will hear. That's a sadhana, he said. Just to show that the power of that Salsangam what he had with Sudeva Goswami. So, in the 7th day, what happened? In 7 days' time, he is going to leave the body. even if you want to do some sadhana, what sadhana can you do? What can you do in 7 days time sadhana? So in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Shukra Brahmarshi talks about a lot of sadhanas, yoga sadhana, he talks about that in the beginning. But none of them were spoken for the sake of Parikshit. It was not spoken for the sake of Parikshit, all those sadhana, because Parikshit doesn't have the time to practice any of them, and Parikshit cannot do it either. On the 7th day, the death is waiting there in front of them. What yoga sadhana can he do at that time? Parikshit has no time to do pranayama, has he? And all he can do at this time is to hear about Krishna. So, that confidence, Shukra Brahmarshi gave that to Parikshit first. Don't worry about anything, any sadhana, he said to Parikshit. Don't worry about any sadhana, you still have 7 days left. Because Shukra Brahmarshi talked about a lot of sadhanas in the Bhagavatam, and it was crystal clear, not spoken for Parikshit to do it. Because at the end he says to Parikshit, it's not for you, he said. It's not for you. You sit here and listen about Krishna. And continuously 7 days it flowed from Sukadeva Goswami. And Parikshit is sitting there watching that death is coming. Every day he sees, I have 7 days left, 6 days left, 5 days left, like the rocket going from Cape Canaveral, isn't it? Counting the days, blast off. So this is going to happen anytime. And he knows that very well. And all those 7 days, Parikshit has heard this, and some time has a lot still. Parikshit, that is one interesting thing. Sukadeva Goswami says to Parikshit, why do you worry? 7 days is the lot. You don't need 7 days for realization, he says. To self-realize, to realize the truth, you don't require 7 days time. You will notice this if you look into the 2nd canto. The 1st chapter itself, he says this. In the 2nd canto, if you look, you will see the 1st chapter in the 2nd canto. Kim 12th verse. Kim pramattasya bahubhi parokshairhayaniriha varam muhurtam vididam ghadayeva shreyase yada. Then, how Shiva Brahmarshi put that to Parikshit, that's very interesting. He says, Kim pramattasya bahubhi parokshairhayaniriha. He says, Kim pramattasya bahubhi Kim pramattasya bahubhi parokshairhayaniriha varam muhurtam vididam ghadeda shreyase yada. He says, one who is wasting his life in this world, he is called Pramata. Pramata means one who is wasting his life in this world, doing all kinds of things without any specific goal in life. And for him, if you give him millions of years life, what difference it makes? He will do exactly the same thing for the whole million years, isn't it? Because he has no goal. So someone who has no goal in life, spiritual goal, in other words, self-realization, one who has no goal like that, even if you give him a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, what difference does it make? He will do exactly the same thing, whatever he has done in his life in this world, isn't it? On the other hand, varam muhurtam vididam ghadeda shreyase yataha. He says here, even if you come to know that the goal, if you are properly accepted it and taken it seriously, varam muhurtam vididam ghadeda shreyase yataha. Because that one muhurtam, what you will utilize for that purpose, it is worthwhile than millions of lives without any goal, living in this world. And because that one muhurtam, a very small period of time, what we have utilized is good enough for realizing the truth. That is why immediately after that verse, Shukra Brahmarshi gave the example of Khatwanga. Khatwanga namarajarsher jitnyatvayattamihayusha muhurtal sarvamurvasrajya gadavan abhayam hayim. That Khatwanga, the king Khatwanga, Rajarshi he was. What did he do? When he came to know that his lifespan is limited, Muhurtal Salvam Urusrajya, threw away everything. Vedavana bhayam hayam. Completely took Krishna's shelter. That's what he has done there. So there you can see the 7 days time itself is too long. You don't need quite so much time, he says. So sometimes this issue is always there. People will ask this question: how much time do you need to realize the truth? They will ask that question. We will discuss that in July. All glory to Srila Prabhupada.